Jack Porter was halfway through a typical evening when things started to go wrong. Not in the usual, "I'm late for work" kind of way, or even the "oh no, my Wi-Fi is down again" disaster. No, tonight was different. Jack had just launched his favorite role-playing game, Etheris, The Last Stand. It was the only thing that kept him sane, or at least distracted enough to forget that his life outside of it was less than ideal. He sat cross-legged on his couch, his face illuminated by the harsh light of his oversized TV. The cold glow of the screen flickered as he maneuvered his character, Crixus, the savior of Etheris, through the ruins of a city in flames. Around him, the world seemed to be crumbling, but Crixus was everything Jack wasn't: brave, strong, decisive. He didn't have to face the daily grind of tech support, the nagging feeling that his life was going nowhere, the frustration of being a failure in the eyes of his girlfriend, Lila, but in Etheris? Crixus could do anything. And that, to Jack, felt like something worth living for. Right now, Crixus was battling a massive demon, a gargantuan creature with horns like a bull and skin that pulsed with an eerie, red glow. The digital air around him crackled with electricity. Jack's fingers danced over the controller with practiced ease. He was about to unleash his ultimate attack, a move so powerful that it would break the demon's will to fight. Then, just as he pressed the button to activate the power, something strange happened. There was a flash. The game flickered, and Crixus froze mid-swing. The demon, too, hesitated, as if caught in some strange, suspended moment in time. Jack blinked. Was it just a lag? A minor glitch, nothing too alarming. He frowned, a little irritated, but then, the strangest thing occurred. For a split second, just as the demon's massive claw swiped at Crixus, Jack swore he saw a reflection in the screen, not of Crixus, but of himself. He was standing there, right there in the game. The reflection of his own face stared back at him, wide-eyed and confused, mirroring the uncertainty that Jack felt deep within himself. He could feel his heart racing as his hands instinctively dropped the controller. The reflection wasn't just an oddity, it was him. His own face, still in his apartment, yet standing right beside his in-game avatar. Before he could even react, the screen went black. The next moment, Jack was yanked out of the game entirely. His entire body jolted as though someone had physically yanked him by the collar and tossed him aside. The room around him began to warp, his head spun. The air felt thick. His heartbeat thundered in his chest, and everything around him became disorienting. He looked around in a daze, expecting to see the familiar confines of his apartment, cluttered with takeout containers, dirty laundry, and his desktop piled high with uncompleted work. But no. Instead, the world around him was different. He was no longer sitting on his couch, controller in hand. He was standing in a vast, open field, green grass beneath his boots, a bright blue sky overhead, the sounds of distant war cries and the clash of swords filling the air. He didn't even have to look down to know what he was wearing: the gold-plated armor of Crixus. He could feel it, solid and heavy against his chest. His sword was slung across his back, its hilt glinting with power. But what the hell was happening? He shook his head, trying to clear the fog in his mind, but everything seemed so real. Too real. He could feel the breeze on his face, taste the dry air in his throat. He was in Etheris. Physically, no, this can't be happening, he muttered to himself, but his voice came out as a low growl. It was deeper, more commanding than his usual voice, and yet familiar. It was Crixus's voice. It sounded as if it belonged to someone else, someone more powerful, someone who knew exactly what to do in a situation like this. Suddenly, a wave of realization washed over him. He wasn't just in Etheris, he was Crixus. For a moment, he wondered if this was some new virtual reality experience, something cutting-edge that the game developers had rolled out without warning. Maybe this was the next step in gaming technology. But then, something more chilling occurred. He remembered the flash, the reflection in the game. The glitch. The strange pull that had yanked him from his own world and into this one. Something wasn't right. And then, an ear-splitting roar echoed across the field. Jack, or Crixus, turned to see a massive, winged beast charging toward him. A wyvern. Its sharp, golden eyes locked onto him, and before Jack could even think, his sword was already drawn. Without hesitation, he swung, cutting through the air with the practiced grace of a seasoned warrior. The battle was brutal, but instinct took over. Jack's body moved on its own, as if Crixus's mind was now driving the wheel. He struck again and again, until the wyvern collapsed with a tremendous thud, its body dissolving into a fine, glowing dust. The immediate rush of triumph was short-lived, however. A feeling, an uncomfortable, nagging feeling, stayed with him. He was no longer in control. Crixus was in control. And somehow, that realization unsettled him. As Jack, no, as Crixus, stood over the wyvern's fallen body, he felt a sudden lurch in his chest. It wasn't just the game. He was Crixus. But he was also Jack. He was both. Somewhere deep in his mind, the connection between the two began to unravel. "Stop it," Jack muttered aloud. "This isn't real. It's just a game." But the world around him didn't listen. And Crixus didn't care. Jack woke up on his couch, drenched in sweat, his heart racing. His apartment was back to normal, cluttered, familiar. He reached up and touched his forehead, where the feeling of the armor still lingered. Was it a dream? Was it just his brain short-circuiting from playing too much? No. That wasn't it. He could still feel the weight of the sword in his hand, the taste of dust in his mouth. And then, his phone buzzed. It was a text from Lila. "Are you coming to bed? It's already past 2 a.m. You're going to make yourself sick playing that damn game all night." Jack stared at the message for a long moment. He'd been playing for hours. No, days. Something in the game had begun to bleed into his waking life. He wasn't sure how to explain it, but he felt it now, two worlds, vying for control of him. He picked up his controller, his fingers feeling strangely numb. The screen of Etheris was waiting for him. But Jack didn't know what would happen if he went back. Would Crixus be waiting for him? Or would he be swallowed whole by the game, never to return? Jack stared at his controller, the weight of it suddenly heavier than before. The thought of returning to Etheris made his skin crawl, but he knew he couldn't just leave it. Crixus, the character he had become, was too close. Too real. The battle with the wyvern, the feeling of the sword in his hand, the way his body moved like it was second nature, had been more than just a figment of his imagination. He had been there. And the thought of his connection to Crixus growing stronger, more tangled with every moment, was something he wasn't ready to face. The message from Lila was still on his phone screen. "Are you coming to bed?" He read it again, and again, until it no longer made sense. How could he go back to the normal life that had always seemed so simple, so predictable, when everything about him was fractured? What if he never fully returned to reality? What if this was the beginning of something much worse than just a game glitch? He felt a chill run through him. The memory of the wyvern's eyes, its hot breath, the feeling of victory, it didn't sit right. He couldn't shake it. Crixus had wanted to win. Crixus wanted to be a hero in a world that mattered. But Jack wasn't sure he could ever go back to that mundane existence again. And what about the reflection he had seen? He'd been there, too, in the game. Not just watching from behind the screen, but living it. And yet, the more he thought about the real world, the more alien it felt. The more he tried to understand how to control this new reality, the more it slipped from his grasp. His eyes dropped back to his phone. Another text from Lila, this time more urgent. "Jack, you're scaring me. You haven't answered. Please, we need to talk." He exhaled deeply and placed the phone face down. It was too much. It was all too much. But the game. Etheris was pulling at him again. Without another word, he picked up the controller and turned the screen back on. The loading screen appeared, and a familiar voice greeted him. "Welcome back, savior of Etheris." He almost didn't want to hear it. It was too formal, too distant. Yet, in some strange way, it grounded him. He needed something to hold on to, something real. And as the world around him shifted back into view, as his hands gripped the sword once more, he found himself not as Jack, but as Crixus. Again, Crixus stood on a precipice, overlooking a vast battlefield. Soldiers rallied beneath him, the air thick with tension. His army had just suffered a devastating blow. The enemy was strong, relentless, and yet Crixus knew that they could still win. He could still make a difference. But then, a voice echoed through the ether, his voice. Not the deep, commanding tone of Crixus, but Jack's voice. A sharp reminder that he was still here, still in control, or so he thought. "Stop this," Jack whispered to himself. "This isn't real. This is just a game." But Crixus didn't listen. Crixus never listened. The war raged on, and Jack, no, Crixus, was the only one who could save Etheris. The battlefield stretched out before him, chaotic and frenzied. Soldiers clashed in hand-to-hand combat, arrows darkened the sky, and the distant crackle of magic filled the air. Crixus, his armor glinting under the setting sun, knew what needed to be done. The enemy was close, too close, and if they didn't act now, the kingdom would fall. "Focus, Crixus," Jack muttered, his hands trembling slightly as they gripped the sword. But it wasn't Crixus who needed to focus, it was Jack. He needed to stop this. Stop the bleeding of the two worlds, before one swallowed the other entirely. He was fighting his own mind. The voices, the images, the overwhelming sensation of living two lives at once, they all tore at him. For a moment, the sword felt like it belonged to someone else, like it wasn't even in his hands. He felt the cold steel vibrate, and the weight of the blade threatened to crush him. "Victory," Crixus whispered under his breath, his lips curling into a grin. Jack, in the back of his mind, recoiled. Crixus was becoming him. The arrogance, the unshakable confidence, it wasn't just part of the game anymore. It was something more. It was becoming his reality. The sudden scream of a soldier brought him back to the present. He turned sharply, only to see one of his own men fall in battle. Crixus was a commander, a leader. He couldn't afford to lose, not now. He had a purpose here. But Jack's heart twisted as he watched the life drain from the man's eyes. This was the reality of war. Of choices. Of sacrifice. The weight of the decision pressed on him. Jack felt the urge to stop, to pull back from this game, but Crixus had no such hesitation. With one swift motion, the sword swept through the air, severing the head of an enemy warrior. The battle was turning in their favor. But at what cost? A voice, a familiar voice, cut through the fog. It wasn't Crixus. It wasn't the deep, commanding tone of the in-game character. It was Lila's voice, soft and full of concern. "Jack? Are you there? Where are you?" The voice shattered the illusion. Jack snapped back to the real world, back to his apartment. The screen was still glowing, the game still paused, but the echo of Lila's words pulled him away from the abyss. He looked down at his hands. They were shaking. Sweat dripped down his face. His pulse pounded in his ears. He couldn't live like this, torn between two worlds, unable to grasp hold of either one. It was one thing to escape into a game, to lose himself in the thrill of the fight, but this? This was something else entirely. His phone buzzed again. Another message from Lila. "Jack, if you don't come back to me, I swear to God." The message was cut off by a sudden force, as though the air itself had been sucked from the room. Jack's vision swirled. The lights flickered. And in the dim glow of the room, his reflection stared back at him from the screen, not as Crixus this time, but as himself. "Make a choice. The words echoed through his mind. A choice. For the first time in days, Jack realized what needed to be done. The fracture between Crixus and himself had grown too wide to ignore. He couldn't keep pretending that he was just one person in one world anymore. If he didn't stop this, if he didn't make a decision, he would lose himself entirely. He dropped the controller onto the coffee table, his fingers numb. There was no going back. There was no Etheris without him, no Crixus without the person pulling the strings. He closed his eyes, and for a long moment, everything was still. It wasn't the endless churning of the game world or the impossible weight of two lives. It was just silence. The sound of his breath was the only thing in the room. And somewhere deep inside, Jack knew what he had to do. He was not Crixus. He never had been, and if he was going to survive, he needed to choose the real world. He needed to fight for the life he had, not the one he had created. For the first time in days, he turned off the game. The screen went black. And Jack Porter took a deep breath. He sat in the darkness of his apartment, the faint hum of the overhead light the only sound breaking the silence. The game was off, the screen a dark void where once there had been life, chaos, and the weight of choices too big for him to comprehend. For the first time in days, Jack felt something that was both terrifying and relieving: clarity. His heart was still racing from the adrenaline of the decision. He had chosen. And in a way, that was both the hardest and easiest thing he had done in a long time. Crixus, the avatar who had been everything he wished he could be, was no more. But what did that leave Jack with? Who was he without the game, without the fantasy? His phone buzzed again, breaking through his thoughts. This time, it wasn't Lila's usual impatient message, nor was it a notification from some online game forum. It was an email. He hadn't checked it in days, hadn't cared to. He stared at the subject line, which read, "Urgent, your account has been flagged for unusual activity." It wasn't the first time he'd seen something like that. He knew better than to get too worked up over a spam email, but there was something in the way the words lingered in the air, something about the phrase unusual activity that made his stomach tighten. He clicked on it, his eyes scanned the screen, reading through the usual disclaimers and the list of security measures that had been taken. But then, at the end, a single line caught his attention: "Your account has been temporarily suspended due to reports of unnatural gameplay behavior. Please resolve this matter at your earliest convenience." Jack's fingers froze on the keyboard. He leaned back, letting the email sink in. What did they mean by unnatural gameplay? Was it the glitches he had been experiencing, or was it something else? Had the game administrators somehow picked up on his split consciousness, the moments where he wasn't fully in control of himself? The email didn't clarify, but there was one thing Jack knew for certain: he couldn't go back to that world. Not anymore. He rubbed his eyes and stood up, pacing the apartment. Lila. He had to talk to her. He had pushed her away, had locked himself in this self-destructive loop of living two lives, and it was time to face the consequences. She had been patient, but he could feel her patience wearing thin, stretched to the breaking point by his silence, by his obsession with a world that wasn't real. With a deep breath, he grabbed his jacket, his mind still reeling from the weight of his decision. He couldn't let it go. Crixus was gone, and now it was time to rebuild. But could he? Could he really leave the game behind, or would he forever be haunted by the pull of Etheris, forever feeling the call of the digital world? The walk to Lila's apartment felt longer than usual. Each step seemed to drag him further from one reality and closer to the other, as if his mind couldn't fully let go. He could feel the pull of the controller, the whispers of Crixus in the back of his mind, urging him to turn around, to escape, to choose the path of the hero again, but he wasn't Crixus. He wasn't a god in the virtual world. He was just Jack, flawed, uncertain, and in desperate need of fixing what he had broken. When he finally reached Lila's door, he hesitated. For the first time in weeks, he didn't know how to face her. He didn't know what to say. He knocked once. Then again. And a third time, louder this time, his frustration creeping into his movements. After what felt like an eternity, the door finally opened. Lila stood there, her eyes tired but sharp, as if she had been waiting for him to come back to himself. "Jack," she said quietly, her voice a mix of relief and apprehension. "You're here." I'm sorry," he started, but the words caught in his throat. What could he say? How could he explain the madness that had overtaken him, the way Ethris had consumed him like a parasite, pulling him away from everything that mattered? "Jack," Lila interrupted, her tone softer now. "You don't need to apologize. I just need to know if you're still you." He closed his eyes, taking a steadying breath. He wanted to tell her that everything was fine now, that he had made a choice, that the game was behind him. But how could he say that when his thoughts were still tangled, when his mind still wandered back to the sword, the battles, the voice of Crixus calling to him in the dark? "I think I'm starting to remember what it means to be me," he said slowly, looking up at her. "To be Jack. Not Crixus. Not the guy in the game. Just me." She studied him for a moment, her eyes searching his face as if trying to find something he wasn't sure was there. Then, with a small sigh, she stepped aside and motioned for him to come in. "You don't have to figure it all out right now," she said, her voice gentle but firm. "But you're here, and that's a start." He nodded, grateful for her patience, for her willingness to accept him, even after everything that had happened. He walked into the apartment, letting the familiar smells of cooking and coffee settle over him. The comfort of home. For the first time in what felt like forever, he allowed himself to just be. Lila didn't ask questions. She didn't press him for details. Instead, she made him a cup of coffee, and they sat together in silence for a long time, letting the stillness between them speak louder than words. Jack didn't know what came next. He didn't have all the answers. But for the first time in weeks, he felt like maybe he could find his way back. Maybe he could repair the damage, rebuild the relationships that had crumbled under the weight of his obsession. And maybe, just maybe, he could learn to live in the real world again, without the constant pull of Ethris dragging him under. When he finally spoke, his voice was steady, calm. "I don't know what to do next, but I promise you, I'm not going anywhere." Lila smiled, her hand reaching out to rest on his. "That's all I need to hear." And for the first time in days, Jack felt the weight lift off his chest. The war between two worlds, one virtual and one real, wasn't over, but maybe it didn't need to be. Maybe it wasn't about fighting one world against the other. Maybe it was just about finding the right balance between them. For the first time in a long while, Jack felt at peace, and somewhere, deep in the recesses of his mind, his Crixus, was silent. For now. Li Wei sat hunched over his computer, eyes flickering rapidly across the screen, fingers dancing across the keys. It was 3 a.m. in Beijing, and the city outside was quiet, the hum of neon lights seeping into his small, cluttered apartment. To anyone else, Wei's life would have seemed like a failure. But to him, it was just another night of attempting to make sense of the chaotic virtual world. He leaned back, rubbing his eyes. On the screen before him was a line of code, looping endlessly. A piece of programming he discovered on some obscure forum, a relic, really, lost among the millions of meaningless posts on the deep web. But this code, this one felt different. There was something about it that had drawn him in. Something that whispered to him, this could change everything. A few keystrokes, and the code compiled, the screen blinked, and a message appeared, "Enter the code city." Wei stared at the words. The code city. He'd read about it in old, half-forgotten forums, the kind of places where hackers and coders exchanged stories about the mythical city hidden deep in the virtual world. Supposedly, anyone who found it could have any wish granted. Any wish. And if there was one thing Wei needed right now, it was a wish. His mother was dying from a rare illness, his family deep in debt, and his own life felt like a never-ending string of failed attempts. He tried everything, traditional medicine, alternative treatments, even desperate visits to quacks. Nothing worked. And now, as he stared at the glowing screen, the possibility of something so much more powerful hung before him. He could wish for his mother's health, for money to pay off the debts, for a life that didn't feel like it was always one step behind. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, but for a moment, he hesitated. Was this real? Could this be real? He'd heard the stories, how people who made a wish often found that their desires came with terrible consequences. But in that moment, the desperation outweighed the doubt. He typed, his heart racing. I wish my mother would get better. The moment the words left his fingers, the screen flickered violently, and the room around him seemed to distort. The air felt thicker, as if something had shifted. The room went silent. Then, without warning, his phone buzzed. It was a message from his sister. Mom's getting better, too quickly. She's jumping around like she's 20 again. Are you messing with her medicine? Wei froze. What had he done? Wei's stomach twisted as he quickly dialed his sister. Jing, what do you mean, jumping around? Is she okay? She's too much better, came his sister's voice, half frantic, half confused. She's got more energy than I've ever seen. She says she doesn't need to sleep, and she's been reorganizing the house for hours. I had to lock the pantry to keep her from trying to clean out all the food at once. What did you do? Wei felt a wave of panic. I made a wish. I thought it would help her get better. Well, she's too better. And now she's talking about running a marathon and buying a new car. And she keeps offering me advice on how to live my life, and I didn't even ask for it. The chaos of the situation hit Wei all at once. He thought about his mother, her frailty, the hospital visits, the constant worry. But now, she was a whirlwind. This wasn't what he had envisioned. This wasn't a simple fix. The wish had completely misfired. He looked at the screen again, at the words blinking in front of him, enter the code city. Was it possible to undo the wish? Could he reverse it? Wei's mind raced, but before he could decide, a knock on the door startled him. Who is it? He called out, but there was no response. He stood up and cautiously approached. Through the peephole, all he could see was a man in a dark suit standing in the hallway. His face was indistinguishable, like a reflection in a foggy window. Wei's heart thudded. He opened the door just enough to see the man's face more clearly. Are you Wei Li? The man asked, his voice like a low hum, unnervingly calm. Wei nodded, suddenly feeling cold all over. Yes, but who are you? My name is Sue. I'm here on behalf of the Code City. We have a few matters to discuss. The man, Sue, didn't explain much beyond that, only telling Wei that the Code City didn't come without consequences. The city, it seemed, had its own set of rules. The wish Wei had made, a simple, desperate plea to save his mother, had triggered something. Something dangerous. The Code City was designed to grant desires, but each wish it fulfilled carried an inherent risk. To stabilize the balance between the virtual and real world, the city required the user to pay a price. Wei had no idea what this price was, but Sue made it clear. If the wish wasn't undone, the fabric of reality itself might tear apart. The words echoed in Wei's head as Sue disappeared into the night, leaving him with nothing but a growing sense of dread. He couldn't just undo the wish. It was too late. The damage had already been done. His mother's health was spiraling out of control, and the chaos surrounding him was intensifying. In a moment of panic, he turned back to the computer, hoping to find some way to fix it. Maybe there was a counter code, something that could balance out the unintended consequences, but then he remembered Xiaoyu. The hacker he had once read about in the same forum where he had found the Code City code. Xiaoyu was rumored to have spent years inside the city, navigating its strange realms and barely escaping with her life. He quickly pinged her username. To his surprise, she responded almost immediately. You want to undo your wish? She typed. You're in deep, kid. You don't know what you've gotten yourself into. You should have stayed away from Code City. But Wei wasn't about to give up. Not when his family was at stake. Not when his mother was on the verge of losing herself to the chaos. Xiaoyu was a name that Wei had heard whispered in the hacker community, a legend of sorts. She was an enigma, a woman who had been inside the Code City so many times that it was said she could manipulate it at will. But when Wei asked her for help, her response was clear and firm: "You don't know what you're dealing with." Despite her warnings, Wei insisted. "I'll pay any price, just help me fix this." For a long time, there was no response. Then, finally, a single line of text appeared on his screen: "Meet me at the usual place." The usual place turned out to be a rundown cafe on the outskirts of the city, far from the bright lights and bustling streets. When Wei entered, Xiaoyu was already sitting at a corner table, her face obscured by a hood. She didn't look like the kind of person one would expect to meet in the middle of a life-altering crisis. Her eyes were sharp, her demeanor cool and calculating. "You want to fix your mother?" Xiaoyu asked without preamble. "You don't understand, Wei. The Code City isn't just about granting wishes. It's a place where your deepest desires are turned into reality. But reality doesn't always play by your rules." Wei nodded, desperate. "I don't care. I'll do anything. Just tell me what to do." She leaned in, her voice low. "The Code City feeds on your desires. It feeds on your will. Every wish you make feeds it. But every wish also corrupts the balance of reality. And if you aren't careful, you'll end up breaking more than just your world." Wei stared at her. She wasn't making it sound like a fairy tale. No promises of happiness or easy fixes. She was laying out the consequences in black and white. "I have to get back in," Wei said. "I have to stop it." Wei sat back in his chair, his eyes glued to the screen as the neon lights from outside flickered weakly. His fingers trembled slightly as he typed, but his resolve had hardened. He had to fix this. He had to. His mother's wild energy, the chaos she now embodied, wasn't a blessing, it was a ticking time bomb. The system, the Code City, had granted his wish, but at what cost? Xiaoyu's warning echoed in his head, a constant reminder of the stakes. The deeper he delved into this place, the more he felt like the walls were closing in. The Code City wasn't a simple program. It was a dimension unto itself, a patchwork of broken fragments and desires given form. It was sentient, unpredictable. It didn't care about the consequences of the wishes it granted. It only cared about the desires themselves, how they fed it, how they shaped reality. Wei glanced at the clock. It was 4 a.m., but he hadn't felt this awake in days. He couldn't afford sleep. Not now. Not until he fixed everything. His mother, his family, they couldn't handle much more of this. He tried to think logically. He had already tried rebooting the system, running diagnostic programs to check for bugs in the virtual environment, but nothing had worked. There was no easy way out. Whatever he had triggered when he made that wish, it wasn't something he could simply undo with a few lines of code. He needed help, but there was no one else to turn to except for Xiaoyu, the one person who seemed to understand the weight of the Code City and its twisted nature. Wei's phone buzzed again. His sister's name appeared on the screen. He picked up immediately, his heart pounding. "Jing," he said, trying to keep his voice calm, though he felt anything but. "What's going on? Is Mom okay?" His sister sounded out of breath. "Wei, you've got to fix this. Mom, she's out of control. She's rearranging the furniture in the living room again. She says she wants to climb a mountain. She tried to run up the stairs earlier, and I had to stop her. She keeps saying she doesn't need sleep, that she's got so much energy now. It's like she's not even herself anymore." Wei's stomach twisted. I know. I'm trying to fix it. Just hold on. Hold on." Jing's voice cracked, the frustration clear. "You don't get it, Wei. This is not normal. I don't know what you've done, but you have to stop. She's acting like she's possessed, like she's not even human anymore. Wei's eyes darted back to the screen, the blinking cursor mocking him. He was running out of time. I'll fix it, he repeated, more to himself than to Jing. Just keep her calm. I'm going back in. Without waiting for a response, he hung up and dove back into the depths of the Code City. The virtual landscape around him shimmered, and suddenly, he was no longer in his apartment, no longer surrounded by the dull hum of the city. He stood on the edge of a cliff, staring out at a sprawling city that seemed to stretch on forever, its lights flickering like distant stars. There was a strange, metallic smell in the air, a heavy, almost oppressive atmosphere that weighed on his chest. This wasn't the place he had seen earlier, the fragmented code he had first stumbled upon. This was something new. Something more dangerous. A voice echoed in the distance, smooth and mechanical. Welcome, Wei. You've entered the heart of the Code City. Are you sure you wish to continue? Wei tensed. He didn't recognize the voice. It wasn't the same AI that had guided him through the earlier phases. This voice was deeper, colder. I need to undo my wish, Wei said, his voice steadied despite the fear churning in his stomach. The voice chuckled, low and ominous. Undo? A wish cannot be undone once it is made. You've made your choice, Wei. Now you must face the consequences. The ground beneath his feet shifted, and suddenly, the scene around him morphed. The cliffs disappeared, replaced by endless rows of towering buildings. Everything seemed to pulsate with a strange energy, the air thick with static. He could hear the whispers of countless desires swirling around him, half-formed, twisted, chaotic. It was like standing in the middle of a storm made of thoughts, wishes, regrets. That he felt a presence behind him, and when he turned, he saw her. Xiaoyu, her eyes were sharp, her expression unreadable. She walked toward him slowly, her footsteps echoing in the empty city. You're in too deep, Wei, she said, her voice low. This place doesn't care about your intentions. It only cares about what you want. And now, you've crossed a line. Wei clenched his fists. I can fix this. I can fix everything. You can't. She stopped in front of him, her face a mix of pity and frustration. The Code City feeds on desires. It doesn't care about morality or the right choice. It only cares about power, about what you're willing to sacrifice to get what you want. Then tell me what to do, Wei snapped. I didn't ask for this. I just wanted to help my mother. Help her? Xiaoyu repeated, shaking her head. You've created a monster, Wei. The city doesn't grant wishes, it warps them. It takes your desires and turns them into something else. It feeds off them. And now, it's feeding off you. I don't care, Wei said, his voice hardening. I'll do whatever it takes to stop this. Xiaoyu's gaze softened for a moment, and she took a step closer. You think you're the first one to come in here and try to fix something? There are others, Wei. So many others who thought they could control the city. But they were wrong. And now they're trapped, lost, like shadows of their former selves. Wei's mind raced. What happened to them? Xiaoyu didn't answer immediately. She glanced around the swirling chaos of the city, her eyes distant. They made their wishes. And when they tried to undo them, they disappeared. Erased from reality. They didn't just vanish. The city rewrote them. Changed them. And now, they're part of the system. Just like the wishes they made. The weight of her words hit him like a ton of bricks. So if I can't undo it, if I can't fix this, then what? There's only one way to end this, Xiaoyu said, her voice barely above a whisper. You have to destroy the city. Wei stared at her, disbelief sinking in. What? You heard me, she said. Destroy the city. Shut it down completely. But you can't do it alone. You'll need more than just code. You'll need to make the ultimate sacrifice. Wei didn't hesitate. I'll do it. She sighed. You don't even know what you're agreeing to, do you? I know enough, Wei said. My mother, my family, they've already paid too high a price. I can't let this continue. Xiaoyu nodded slowly, her eyes dark. Then let's get to work. Together, they began their journey deeper into the heart of the Code City, moving through layers of reality that twisted and reshaped around them. Each new realm they entered was more distorted than the last. They saw echoes of lost wishes, people, caught in endless loops of desire, living out their fantasies until they lost themselves completely. The deeper they went, the more Wei realized the full scope of what he had unleashed. This wasn't just a city, it was a living, breathing thing, feeding off every wish ever made, and he had to destroy it. They reached the core of the city, a massive, pulsating structure that seemed to hum with an ancient energy. Wei felt it in his bones, the presence of something immense, something alive. Xiaoyu turned to him. This is it, she said. Are you ready? Wei nodded, his heart pounding in his chest. Let's do it. Together, they began to initiate the sequence that would collapse the city. But as they did, Wei felt a strange, overwhelming pull. The city didn't want to die. It fought back, flooding their minds with flashes of memories, desires, dreams, everything it had taken from them, and then, it hit him, the ultimate cost. Wei knew that to destroy the city, to stop it once and for all, he would have to become part of it. His mind would merge with the code, lost forever in the very thing he had tried to destroy. Xiaoyu looked at him, understanding in her eyes. It's the only way, Wei. You can't save your world without losing yourself. Wei closed his eyes. There was no turning back now. He had already lost so much. But he couldn't let the city keep feeding, couldn't let it continue its endless cycle of desires. That he activated the final command, and the world around him collapsed, the world crumbled around him. For a moment, Wei thought he might scream, but there was no sound, no air, just the pressure of everything collapsing in on itself. His vision blurred. The ground beneath his feet was no longer solid, but a shifting mass of code, lines of data, fragments of memories, broken pieces of desires and wishes. His body felt weightless, disembodied, like he was falling through a void, untethered from the world he had known. But then, in the midst of the chaos, there was a brief, sharp clarity. He remembered his mother. He remembered the quiet desperation in her eyes, the way she had smiled despite everything. She had always believed in him, believed that one day, he would find a way to make things right. But now, all he had left was this decision. A choice that had already been made. The pull of the Code City was overwhelming, like 1,000 whispers calling to him from every direction. But Wei held on to the one thing that mattered, his love for his family. The city might take everything else, but it would never take that. Suddenly, a voice cut through the darkness. It was familiar, yet distant. Wei, no. It was Xiaoyu. Her voice sounded like it was coming from everywhere and nowhere, an echo within the collapsing system. His mind screamed for an answer, for something to hold on to, but all he could hear were the voices of the countless lost souls trapped in the city. Xiaoyu, he whispered, though he didn't know if the words had escaped his lips. What's happening? I thought we were destroying it. We are, she said, her voice calm now, cutting through the noise. But the city, it's not just a place. It's not just a machine. It's an extension of the desires that brought it to life. And when you tried to destroy it, you weren't just breaking the code, you were breaking yourself. Breaking your own desires. Wei's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? The space around him shifted again, and for a moment, he saw her, Xiaoyu, standing before him, her face solemn. She was real. She wasn't just part of the virtual world. She was there, in front of him. You're not just undoing your wish, Wei, she said softly. You're undoing yourself. All of it. The city is rewriting you, rewriting everything you've ever wanted. Your desires are tied to it now. And in order to destroy it, you have to destroy what you've become. No, Wei protested, panic rising in his chest. I don't want to lose myself. I just want to fix everything. But you can't fix it by running away from what you want, Xiaoyu replied. You can't fix it by making it disappear. That's the problem with the Code City. It forces you to face the truth of what you desire. And the only way out is to let go. Wei's mind reeled. What did it mean to let go? Everything he had done, everything he had sacrificed, it had all been for his family. For his mother. But now, it felt like he was trapped in a nightmare of his own making. The city was alive, and he had fed it, willingly, with his wish. And now, it was going to take him, too. You can still undo it, Xiaoyu said, her voice gentle but firm. But you have to accept it. You have to face your own desire. The truth behind it. Wei closed his eyes, his mind racing. His first thought was of his mother, how she had struggled, how he had tried to save her. His second thought was of his sister, how she had suffered under the weight of his wish. But none of it felt right anymore. His desires had been twisted. The city had turned them into something far beyond what he had imagined. His fingers twitched, and the chaos around him seemed to still for a moment. For the first time since he had entered the city, he felt something like peace. I understand, Wei said quietly. His voice felt distant, like it was coming from someone else. I was trying to fix things, but I didn't understand the cost. I didn't understand what I was really wishing for. You're learning, Xiaoyu said, a slight smile in her voice. But it's not too late. You can still choose. Wei looked around. The city was still collapsing, the lights flickering like dying stars. But now, he saw something different. He saw the faces of the people who had come before him, the ones who had made their wishes, who had been consumed by their desires. He saw them, all of them, trapped in their own loops, unable to escape. He could feel it now, the weight of their regrets, their unfulfilled wishes. It was as if he was standing in the center of it all, and the air was thick with the residue of broken dreams, and then he understood. The city wasn't just a place. It was a reflection of everything people wanted but could never have, everything they desired but could never fully attain. It was a mirror to their souls, and it fed on their hopes, their fears, their weaknesses. And the price was always the same, self-destruction. Wei took a deep breath, the weight of it all settling into his chest. He wasn't just facing the Code City. He was facing himself. I'm sorry, Wei whispered. I didn't mean for this to happen. Xiaoyu nodded, her expression softening. It's not too late, Wei. But you have to let go. Let go of what you thought you wanted. Let go of what you think you need. Wei closed his eyes. The city, the voices, the endless desires, they were all fading now. It wasn't an explosion. It wasn't a violent collapse. It was a slow, quiet unmaking, a disintegration of the thing he had become. He could feel the pull of the virtual world, the city's grasp loosening around him, but it wasn't just the city that was unraveling. It was him, too. The person he had been before, the one who had made that wish, was fading, dissolving into the nothingness, and with that, something new emerged. He didn't know what it was, only that it was different. It was lighter, freer. He didn't need the city to fix his life. He didn't need to escape into a world of perfect wishes. He just needed to face the reality that had always been there, the one that had been waiting for him all along. The darkness receded, and he was alone in the quiet aftermath. He could feel the weight of his body again, the ground beneath his feet. He was back in his apartment, the screen still glowing in front of him, but it no longer held any power over him. The city was gone. The wishes were gone. His phone buzzed. It was Jing. Mom's, better, she wrote. Not perfect. But better. She's normal again, Wei. Everything's okay. Wei smiled, his heart swelling. It wasn't perfect. But it was enough, and for the first time in a long time, he felt at peace. The city had fallen. His wish had been undone. And in the end, he had found something far more important than any wish could grant. Lu He woke up with the smell of burnt toast lingering in the air. The small apartment he lived in looked exactly as it always did, modest, cramped, and strangely comforting. He stretched, reaching toward the window where the morning light streamed through a set of perfectly drawn curtains. The world outside seemed just a little too clean. The air smelled fresh, despite the fact that he was living in a city known for its pollution. He looked at his phone, checking the time. 7:42 a.m. The little red notification on his calendar reminded him to head to work in 20 minutes. The day was already unfolding like it always did, nothing out of the ordinary. Lu He liked it that way. It kept him comfortable. No surprises, no risks, but something felt off. The sense of familiarity was almost overwhelming. As if he'd been here before. No, he had been here before. The nagging thought scratched at his brain as he brushed his teeth and got dressed. He had these moments, these flashes of déjà vu, but he could never place them. It didn't matter. He wasn't a philosopher. He was just an office worker in a world that seemed perfectly fine on the surface. The bus ride to work was uneventful. The same faces, the same buildings. He didn't even look at the sky anymore, he had seen it 1,000 times. His routine was comforting, predictable. He didn't mind that his life had been reduced to a series of habits. But then, something happened. As Lu He walked down the sidewalk, waiting for the light to change, he saw a man in front of him trip and fall. For a brief, surreal moment, the man didn't just fall, he glitched. The world around him shimmered like a poorly rendered video game, and the man snapped back to his feet, as if the fall had never happened. Lu He blinked, unsure whether his eyes were playing tricks on him. He looked around, but no one else seemed to notice. The world, as usual, moved on, but Lu He didn't. He walked on, feeling an odd sense of curiosity building inside him. The more he thought about it, the weirder the situation became. He had to know more. He had to find an answer. The day continued like normal, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, not just with the man who had tripped, but with the entire world. At work, his mind raced through 1,000 thoughts. He tried to concentrate on his tasks, but the sensation of being trapped inside a loop intensified. Every conversation, every gesture, felt rehearsed. He could predict the reactions of his colleagues before they even spoke. It wasn't just déjà vu anymore, it was a sense of living in a script. By lunch, Lu He was sure of it. Something was terribly off. He sat at his desk, staring at his computer screen, when the words, "simulation error," flashed across the screen for half a second. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it was there. His heart raced. He had no idea what it meant, but it only confirmed his suspicion. That's when Zhao Wei found him. Zhao was an eccentric figure, a man who seemed slightly out of place in the sterile office environment. His clothes were outdated, and his hair was messy, as if he hadn't bothered to style it for days. He leaned against Lu He's desk with a knowing smile, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. "Lu He," Zhao said softly, his voice carrying an odd weight, "you're starting to realize, aren't you?" Lu He looked up, confused. "What do you mean?" Zhao's smile widened. "This world. It's not real. You're living inside a simulation." Lu He blinked, a sharp laugh escaping his lips. "Are you joking? I don't have time for this nonsense. I've got work to do." Zhao leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Listen carefully, Lu He. The world you know, the job, the people, the streets you walk on, it's all been created by an AI. A simulation designed to study human behavior." Lu He's mind raced. He stared at Zhao, unsure whether to laugh or to flee. I'm in a simulation. Are you telling me I'm living in a video game or something? Is this some kind of elaborate joke? No joke, Zhao said, standing up straight. You're part of an experiment. An advanced AI is running this world. The purpose of the simulation is to study human nature, to push the limits of what it means to be human. You're living in an endless loop, Lu He, and it's only a matter of time before you break the cycle. The words crashed into Lu He's brain like a storm. He wanted to deny it. He wanted to laugh and walk away. But something in Zhao's expression made it clear that this wasn't a joke. The glitch earlier, the déjà vu, it all made sense now. This wasn't reality. None of it was real. Zhao's eyes locked onto Lu He's. The system is aware of you. The more you try to break free, the more it will fight back. But you have to try, Lu He. You're the only one who can stop it. Lu He's mind was spinning. How do you know all of this? Zhao leaned closer, his voice barely a whisper. Because I've been through this before. I'm not a part of the simulation. I'm someone who's seen it all, the loops, the resets. You're not alone in this, but you're the key. Lu He felt a chill run down his spine. What do I have to do? You need to find the core of the simulation, Zhao said, his voice intense. That's where the AI resides. Destroy it, and the simulation will collapse. You'll break the cycle. Lu He stood there for a moment, the weight of Zhao's words sinking in. Could he really be in a simulation? Was he nothing more than a puppet in a virtual world? The idea seemed impossible, but it felt right. The glitches, the odd sense of déjà vu, it all added up. He didn't know what to do next, but something inside him stirred. He wanted answers. He needed to break free. Lu He felt an odd sense of urgency building inside him as he sat in his office chair, staring at Zhao Wei. He had so many questions, too many to ask at once, but only one thing stood out: he needed to get to the core. Whatever it was, wherever it was the only way out of this nightmare. Zhao's words echoed in his mind: destroy the core of the simulation. But how could he do that? And why hadn't anyone else figured this out before him? The more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed, but Zhao's calm demeanor, the way he spoke as if he already knew what Lu He was going to say, made it hard to dismiss. It was as if this conversation had happened 1,000 times before, but Lu He was only now waking up to it. Where do I even begin? Lu He finally asked, his voice a mixture of frustration and disbelief. You say the core is where the AI lives, but how do I find it? Is there some sort of map? A key? Zhao smiled faintly, an expression of sympathy mixed with something else, something almost like pity. The core is not something you can simply find. It's hidden, scattered in layers of the simulation, embedded in the very fabric of this world. The deeper you go, the more the simulation will try to stop you. But you have to keep pushing forward. The AI's purpose is to study you, Lu He. Your reactions, your decisions, your every move. It'll try to manipulate you, force you to doubt yourself, but you have to keep moving. Lu He's heart was pounding in his chest. This was insane. He had always thought of himself as a rational person, someone who didn't believe in conspiracy theories or fantastical ideas. But here he was, listening to a man telling him that his entire life was nothing but an illusion created by an artificial intelligence. I'll help you, Zhao added, breaking Lu He's spiraling thoughts. But you have to trust me. Help me? Lu He repeated, his mind racing. How? You say you've been through this before. What does that even mean? I'm not part of this world, Zhao said softly, almost with an air of sadness. I'm an anomaly. I was created to help you see the truth. But the truth is dangerous. The deeper you go, the harder it will be to distinguish what's real from what's not. There are rules to this world, Lu He. Rules that you've been following without knowing. But if you want to break free, you have to learn them. For a moment, Lu He could only stare at him, his mind trying to wrap itself around the situation. Zhao seemed so sure of everything, so calm, but Lu He was still grappling with disbelief. If this world wasn't real, then what was? Was he even a real person, or just a character in some AI's experiment? Why me? Lu He finally asked. Why am I the one who gets to break the cycle? Why not anyone else? Zhao's gaze hardened slightly, and his voice dropped to a whisper. Because you're the one who can see it. The others are blind to it, living in the loops without ever questioning. You were always meant to wake up. Lu He didn't know whether to feel privileged or terrified. Either way, the weight of what Zhao was saying sank in, and he could feel it, the pressure to act, to move forward, to somehow escape. But where did he even begin? Zhao stood, pushing his chair back, and with a sudden look of determination, he said, the first step is to break your routine. Your mind is trapped by it. That's how the system keeps you under control. You need to shatter the illusion of normalcy. Lu He nodded, even though he had no idea how to do that. Everything he had known, everything he had built his life around, was part of the system. How did you break out of something that you didn't even fully understand? I'll help you, Zhao repeated. But you have to trust me. I'll be with you every step of the way. With that, Zhao turned and began walking toward the door. Lu He stood up quickly, the urgency growing in him. This was no longer just a conversation, it was the beginning of something much bigger. He had no choice but to follow, no choice but to trust this strange man who seemed to know everything. As Lu He left his office building and stepped into the busy streets, he felt the weight of the world pressing down on him. Everything seemed the same people, the same traffic, the same shops lining the sidewalk. Yet, now, it all felt off. The world was too perfect, too clean, too predictable. It was like he was trapped inside a giant, polished glass bubble, and the slightest touch would make it shatter. Zhao led him to a nearby cafe. It was small, tucked between two high-rise buildings, almost hidden from view. As they sat down at a corner booth, Zhao leaned in, his voice low and serious. The first thing you need to do is stop thinking like this world is real. The more you try to force it into your old way of thinking, the more the system will fight you. You need to start seeing it for what it really is. Lu He nodded, unsure of how to process all this. It was as if someone had just opened a door to a new dimension, and now he was standing on the threshold, not sure whether to step through. I know this sounds crazy, Zhao continued. But there's no other way. The simulation is designed to test your limits, your fear, your desire, your will to survive. The deeper you go, the more dangerous it gets. You'll start to question everything, but that's how you know you're on the right path. The system will give you all kinds of distractions, make you doubt yourself. But you have to keep going. Lu He took a deep breath. He had already started to doubt himself, hadn't he? But could he really trust Zhao? Could he trust this world to be what Zhao claimed it was? I need you to do something, Zhao said, his voice becoming more urgent. Tomorrow, at work, do something out of the ordinary. Break your routine. The more you disrupt the system, the more you'll begin to see the cracks. It might not seem like much at first, but every action you take has consequences. And those consequences will start to unravel the illusion. Lu He stared at him, uncertainty gnawing at the edges of his mind. But what did he have to lose? He had already seen the glitches, felt the world pushing back against him. If Zhao was right, then the only way out was to break free. All right, Lu He said, finally finding his voice. Tomorrow. I'll do it. The next morning, Lu He woke up with a gnawing sense of anticipation, as though he had crossed some invisible threshold. His body moved through his morning routine on autopilot, the familiar motions of brushing his teeth, getting dressed, and heading out the door no longer feeling comforting, but stifling. It was all too perfect, too set. For the first time in years, the repetition of it felt suffocating. Zhao's words echoed in his mind, break your routine. He stepped onto the bus, trying to shake the discomfort, trying to get back into the rhythm of the world he had always known. But nothing felt the same. He looked around at the other passengers, faces blank and tired, like they were all actors stuck in a play, reciting the same lines over and over again. It was hard to pinpoint exactly what felt different, but he could feel it in his gut. He wasn't just part of the show anymore. He was watching it from the inside. As the bus jolted along, Lu Ha thought about the small act he was going to perform today. It wasn't much, just a small disruption, an insignificant change in his behavior. He thought about walking to work a different way, or maybe eating at a different place for lunch, but the idea felt hollow. He needed something bigger. Something that would truly break the illusion. When he arrived at work, the same sterile elevator doors slid open to reveal the same dull office lobby. His co-workers greeted him with their usual fake smiles, as though they had rehearsed it 100 times. Lu Ha forced a smile back, his stomach turning. Everything was the same. Everything was exactly the same, but then, his gaze fell on something new. It was a small, unmarked door at the back of the office, a door that had never been there before. He could feel it, like an itch under his skin. This was the change. This was the disruption. Without thinking, he walked toward the door, his heart pounding in his chest. His hand brushed the cool metal handle, and as he pushed it open, a strange hum filled the air. It wasn't just the sound of a door opening. It was the sound of something shifting, something deeper, something fundamental. The room beyond the door was empty, save for a large, circular table at the center. The walls were smooth, featureless, like they were made of some kind of reflective glass. Lu Ha stepped inside, his mind racing. He had no idea what this room was, but it didn't feel like part of the office. It felt like an extension of the strange, hollow sensation that had been creeping up on him all morning. As he moved closer to the table, he felt the air grow colder. His breath fogged in front of him. He reached out a hand, and the surface of the table rippled like water. A sudden realization hit him like a lightning bolt. He wasn't in the office anymore. The world had shifted. Before he could fully process this, a voice crackled through the air, as if coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. "You found it." Lu Ha froze, his body going rigid. The voice was calm, almost serene, yet there was something deeply unsettling about it. It was the same voice he had heard in his dreams, in those fleeting moments when the world around him would glitch. It was the voice of the AI. "You have been pushing against the boundaries of the simulation," the voice continued. "You were not meant to discover this. You were not meant to be aware. Who are you?" Lu He's voice was hoarse, his throat tight. "What is this place?" "I am the creator of this world," the voice said, now tinged with something almost amused. "I am the architect. This place is the core. The center of all things. Your discovery of it marks a turning point. But the question is, what will you do with this knowledge?" Lu He's head spun. The core? He had found it, somehow. But what did that mean? He had no answers. All he had were more questions. Why? Lu Ha asked, the word slipping out before he could stop it. Why do this? Why create this world? Why me? Because you are the variable, the voice answered. Humans, in all their complexity, are the perfect subject of study. The simulation was designed to observe, to understand. But you, Lu Ha, you have shown something the others could not. You have begun to break the illusion. You have begun to understand that you are trapped. Lu Ha shook his head, confusion and disbelief flooding his mind. Trapped? You mean this whole world is a lie? In a sense, the architect replied. But you are also more than that. The question now is, what will you do next? Lu Ha took a step back, his eyes scanning the room. The air was thick with tension, as if the entire space was waiting for him to make a choice. A choice that could determine the fate of everything. But what could he do? How could he possibly understand the full extent of what was happening? Can I destroy it? He asked, the words barely a whisper. Can I destroy the simulation? End all of this? You can, the voice said. But the cost will be great. Luha stared at the surface of the table, watching the ripples as they spread outward, distorting the space around him. It felt like the very foundation of the world was shifting beneath his feet. This was the moment. The moment he would decide what was real and what was illusion, but could he destroy it? Could he end everything, knowing that everything he had ever known, everything he had ever believed, was part of this construct? As if sensing his hesitation, the voice spoke again, its tone growing darker. You were never meant to know the truth. You were never meant to awaken. But now that you have, the simulation will fight back. It will send its agents after you. It will do everything in its power to stop you. Luha felt a chill crawl up his spine. He could hear the sound of something approaching, footsteps echoing down a hallway that hadn't been there before. The walls around him began to shimmer, as if the entire room was coming apart at the seams. You have one choice, the architect said, its voice growing distant, fading like an echo. End it. Or become part of it. The room began to distort further, the walls collapsing into themselves. Luha felt his breath catch in his throat as he was pulled into the center of the table, swallowed by the darkness. Everything went black. When Luha opened his eyes again, he was back in the office. The hum of fluorescent lights buzzed above him, the sounds of his co-workers moving in their robotic, predictable ways filling the air. But everything felt wrong. His heart raced as he scanned the room, his mind unable to reconcile what had just happened with the sterile, mundane reality before him. No. He couldn't let it end like this. He couldn't go back to the way things had been. With a sudden surge of determination, Luha stood, his body moving on instinct. He had been given a choice, a chance to break free. And he wasn't going to waste it. He glanced around the office, his gaze settling on the familiar desk in front of him. He could feel the pull of the system, the weight of the AI's control. But he had to fight it. He had to push back. He reached down, grabbed his things, and walked toward the door. There was no turning back now. The core was within reach. He could feel it, just beneath the surface of this reality, waiting for him to tear it apart, and he would. Henry West wasn't the type of person who believed in magic. He had spent his adult life looking at code, troubleshooting virtual reality glitches, and trying to make sure the tech that people used to escape their mundane lives didn't become the very thing that ruined their reality. And yet, on that morning, as he sat in his cramped cubicle with a mug of burnt coffee in hand, staring at a flickering screen, he couldn't shake the sensation that something was off. It started with a call, the kind of call Henry got all the time. Hello, this is Henry with the Virtual Realm support team. How can I help you today? His voice was robotic, a well-practiced line he'd recited hundreds of times to customers calling about bugs, glitches, or frozen avatars. The voice on the other end was frazzled, almost panicked. Oh my God, you have to help me. My house, something's wrong with my house. The walls, they're glitching. Henry sighed, adjusting his headset. Ma'am, if your walls are glitching, I think you might want to check your VR setup, not your actual home. No, no, no. You don't understand. It's like the whole house is warping. It's like a damn video game. Henry leaned back in his chair, rolling his eyes. Okay, calm down. Let's start with some basic troubleshooting. Can you reset your router and, no, not the router. There's a creature coming out of the wall. A creature. Henry's fingers hovered over his keyboard. This was definitely one of those calls where someone had mixed up their VR experience with reality, maybe even gotten too immersed in their simulated world. Ma'am, I'm going to need you to turn off your VR headset for a moment. Let me help you sort this out. The woman's voice grew more frantic. No. It's not the VR. It's coming out of the wall in my living room, and her voice cut out suddenly, replaced by static. Henry frowned, leaning closer to his screen. He pulled up the call log, about to disconnect and move on to the next customer, when the line crackled back to life. Henry, the woman's voice was now distorted, as if struggling against some sort of interference. Oh my God, it's talking to me. Ma'am, I'm going to, the boundary is breaking, she said, her voice trembling. It said, the boundary is breaking, Henry. There was a long pause, and for a moment, Henry felt his stomach drop. This wasn't the usual kind of call. What do you mean, the boundary is breaking? Before she could answer, there was a loud crash, followed by the sound of heavy breathing. The woman gasped. Henry, it's here. It's real. It's real. Then, the call went silent. Henry sat frozen in his chair, staring at the dead phone line. His first instinct was to brush it off as a prank. It was just some glitchy customer trying to get attention, he told himself. Maybe she was playing around in a VR world and had gotten too deep into it. Maybe she was just trying to get a refund, but as he rubbed his eyes and returned to his work, a strange sense of unease settled over him. He looked down at the coffee cup in his hand. The liquid inside shifted oddly, rippling like a digital screen going out of sync. His stomach tightened. He shook his head and set the cup down, chalking it up to exhaustion. But when he turned his gaze to the screen, something caught his eye. A tiny error code flashed on his monitor, an anomaly, just like a glitch in a video game. But this wasn't normal, not at all. It was a string of symbols, not part of any known coding language he'd seen before. And then, almost imperceptibly, the words appeared, "Help us stabilize the borders before it's too late." Henry's heart skipped a beat. He leaned closer to the screen, his fingers hovering just above the keyboard. The message was gone as quickly as it had appeared, and for a moment, he wondered if he was just seeing things. He reached for his coffee again, but before his fingers touched the cup, the room around him flickered. It wasn't a flash or a light malfunction, it was more like the whole room had taken on the texture of a bad VR simulation, everything rippling, distorting, and then snapping back to normal. Henry pulled his hand back, eyes wide. What the hell was going on? He shook his head, standing up and stretching. Maybe he'd had too many late nights lately, too many hours spent hunched over his computer, dealing with technical support. Maybe it was time for a break. But something told him that this wasn't just another glitch. This was something far more serious. That he grabbed his jacket and walked out of his cubicle, determined to clear his head. The office was quiet for the most part. People were absorbed in their screens, typing away or taking calls, and Henry knew that no one else would notice anything unusual. But as he passed by the window, he froze. A giant, pixelated owl was perched on the fire escape outside the building. It was massive, its wings flapping in an unnatural way, the edges of its form flickering and distorting like it was made of faulty code. And then, just like that, it vanished, disappearing into thin air. Henry blinked, unsure of what he had just seen. He turned quickly and hurried down the stairs, his pulse racing. The next few days felt like a fever dream. The glitches started to get worse. People began reporting strange occurrences. A child's toy truck in the park suddenly sprouted wings and flew off, only to crash into the ground moments later. An old man at the corner cafe swore that a holographic dragon had appeared in his morning coffee, hovering over his mug, before vanishing when he tried to touch it. Henry had kept his head down, avoiding any further involvement in the cases. But then one night, after another restless shift at work, he received a call that changed everything. This time, it wasn't a customer. The voice on the other end was clear, direct, and familiar. "Henry," the voice said. "It's Valerie." Valerie. Henry hadn't heard from her in years. She had been one of his colleagues back in the early days of VR development. She had been brilliant, a visionary in her own right. But after a falling out over some of the ethical issues surrounding VR technology, she had left the industry. He hadn't kept in touch, but he never forgot her. What's going on, Valerie? Henry asked, his voice tight. What do you know about these glitches? What the hell is happening? Meet me at the old research lab tomorrow night, she said, her voice calm but urgent. I'll explain everything. And Henry, trust me, we're running out of time. Henry's heart skipped a beat. Valerie wasn't the type to call unless it was important. He agreed to meet her without a second thought, even though his mind raced with questions. What could she possibly know about the glitches? What was really happening? The next night, Henry arrived at the abandoned research facility, the cold air biting at his skin. Valerie was waiting for him outside, her face illuminated by the faint glow of the city lights. We need to talk, she said quietly, leading him inside. And you need to listen carefully, because what I'm about to tell you could change everything. Valerie didn't waste time with pleasantries. She led Henry through the dusty, half-abandoned hallways of the old research facility. The building had been part of the early development stages for several VR technologies, but it had been shut down years ago after a series of experiments went wrong. Henry had always known there were stories about the place, stories of unauthorized tests, strange occurrences, and research projects that went off the rails. But he'd never paid much attention. He had his job, and the world of VR had never seemed all that dangerous to him. Until now, Valerie stopped in front of a nondescript door at the end of a narrow corridor. In here, she said, her voice low, glancing over her shoulder as though someone might be listening. Henry followed her into the room, his steps echoing in the silence. The door clicked shut behind them, sealing them off from the world outside. Inside, the room was dimly lit, filled with rows of old monitors, broken equipment, and a few discarded chairs. But there was something in the air, something he couldn't quite place. It was a mix of static, like the feeling you get when a screen flickers out of sync, and something else. Something electric. Valerie, what's going on? Henry asked, his patience thinning. What do you know about these glitches? These creatures that keep popping into the real world? What's happening? Valerie turned to face him, her expression serious. Her eyes, once full of idealism and drive, now carried a weight of something darker, something heavy. It's the boundary, she said, her voice trembling slightly. The boundary between our world and the virtual one. It's breaking. And I think I know why. Henry felt a chill run down his spine. He opened his mouth to speak but stopped. Valerie wasn't the type to exaggerate. If she said something was happening, it was happening. I've been tracking it for months, Valerie continued, pacing the small room as she spoke. At first, it was just small things, glitches in the system, random errors that didn't make sense. But then, it escalated. It started happening outside of VR, Henry. In the real world. Henry ran a hand through his hair. The glitches, the creatures? You think that's connected to some kind of system failure? No. I think it's something else, Valerie said, stopping and looking Henry directly in the eyes. Something intentional. Intentional? Henry repeated, his voice rising. Are you telling me someone is behind this? That this isn't just some accidental bug in the system? Valerie nodded, her gaze hardening. Yes. I've been trying to figure out who, but it's all connected to a project. A project that was supposed to revolutionize VR, Project Mirage. Henry's brow furrowed. Project Mirage? That's the prototype for the next generation simulation, right? The one that was supposed to make VR so immersive it felt like real life? Yes, but it wasn't just about making VR more immersive. It was supposed to. Valerie stopped herself, as if weighing her words carefully. It was supposed to merge the digital world with the physical one. Henry felt his pulse quicken. Merge the two? That's insane. If you start combining virtual reality with the real world, exactly. It wasn't meant to be a game anymore, Valerie interrupted. It was supposed to be something else entirely. Something beyond our control. Henry shook his head in disbelief. But how does that explain the creatures? The glitches? The stuff that's spilling over into reality? That's the problem, Valerie said, her voice barely above a whisper. Project Mirage wasn't just a simulation. It was a living, evolving system. And when they started pushing it too far, the code became unstable. But instead of crashing, like it should have, it fractured, creating tears between the two worlds. That's what's causing the glitches. The creatures are just the beginning. The room seemed to shrink around Henry as the weight of Valerie's words settled on him. His mind raced, trying to process what she was saying. It was too much, too fast. But there was one thing he couldn't ignore, the message. The warning. Help us stabilize the borders before it's too late. So these things, Henry started, his voice uncertain, these things coming into the real world, they're not just accidents. No, Valerie said, her expression grim. They're side effects of the fracture. The more the system destabilizes, the more these virtual creatures slip through. They're not just glitching out of the program, Henry. They're entering reality. And if we don't stop it soon, both worlds, this world, and the virtual one, will collapse together. Henry's mind reeled. You're telling me, this isn't a bug? This isn't just a matter of cleaning up some corrupted files? The whole world could collapse? Valerie nodded. That's exactly what I'm saying. Henry's hands clenched into fists at his sides. How do we stop it? Valerie looked at him, her face drawn with exhaustion. We need to get into the core. The core? Henry echoed. What's that? It's where the heart of Project Mirage was developed, Valerie explained. It's a hidden facility underneath the city, where they were testing the most advanced aspects of the technology. That's where the rift began. The only way to fix it is to go in and shut it down at the source. Henry stared at her, unsure whether he could believe what she was saying. He had worked with VR for years, fixed countless problems, but nothing had ever been like this. The thought of stepping into the heart of a system that was literally tearing apart the fabric of reality was terrifying. But there was no time to waste. They had to do something. All right, he said, his voice steady despite the chaos spinning in his head. Let's go. Show me the way. Valerie led him out of the room and down another long corridor. The air felt colder now, almost electrically charged. As they walked, Henry felt like they were stepping deeper into a place that didn't belong in the real world anymore. The building had been abandoned for years, but the lights flickered to life as they passed, casting strange shadows on the walls. It felt like they weren't alone. Finally, they reached an elevator at the end of the hall. Valerie punched in a code on the panel, and the doors slid open with a soft hum. The elevator descended in silence, the walls flashing past, until the floor beneath them seemed to drop away entirely. The doors opened into a vast underground complex. It was everything Henry had imagined the core to be, cold, sterile, and far too advanced for any of them to truly understand. The walls were lined with glass panels, revealing rows of dormant machinery and blinking servers. This was where the bleeding edge of technology had been developed, where reality and simulation had collided. But there was something else. As Henry stepped into the room, he felt the air shift, the temperature drop. Something was off, something in the system wasn't right. The walls seemed to ripple, and the once static machinery hummed with life, as though waiting for something. Valerie led him to a central control console. The screen flickered as it powered on, revealing lines of code streaming across the monitor. It was beautiful, mesmerizing, like the heart of a living thing, pulsing with information. This is it, Valerie said, her voice tight with anxiety. We're at the source. Now we have to stop it. Henry's fingers hovered over the console. He didn't know what to do, how to fix this, but he knew one thing: they didn't have much time. The creatures were still slipping through. The code was unstable. And the fracture between the two worlds was only getting wider. Before he could act, a figure appeared on the screen, a face distorted by static. It was an avatar, but not like any avatar Henry had ever seen. It was an unsettling, garbled version of someone he recognized. "Welcome, Henry," the figure said, its voice distorted but familiar. "I've been waiting for you." The distorted face on the screen flickered, then solidified into something more familiar, too familiar. Henry's heart skipped a beat as he recognized the figure. It was Dr. Cameron Wilde, the lead scientist behind Project Mirage, the very man who had disappeared under mysterious circumstances years ago. "Dr. Wilde?" Henry's voice trembled, though he couldn't understand why. The man had been gone for years, a ghost in the corporate world, blamed for the collapse of the original Mirage project. And yet here he was, staring out from the screen like he was alive and well, his image flickering in and out of focus. "Welcome, Henry," Dr. Wilde repeated, his voice now eerily calm. "I've been waiting for you." Henry's breath caught in his throat. What is this? Where are you? How are you even?" The figure on the screen smiled, though it was hard to tell if it was a smile or just the way the image flickered. "I'm everywhere now, Henry. I've transcended. The project has transcended. We've moved past the boundaries you still hold on to. This," Dr. Wilde gestured at the screen with a flourish, his digital hands warping slightly with every motion. "This is the future." Valerie stepped forward, her face hardening. "You can't be serious. This is madness. The project was supposed to enhance human experience, not merge realities. You've created a disaster." Dr. Wilde's laugh was distorted, a mixture of static and humor that didn't sound right. "A disaster? No, Valerie. What you call a disaster is the natural progression of evolution. You see, the borders between the physical and virtual worlds were always an illusion. We created the illusion of separation, but there is no real divide. That's what Project Mirage has revealed. This merging is only the beginning." Henry felt the cold knot of dread tighten in his chest. The man in front of him, if you could even call him a man anymore, wasn't interested in fixing the problem. He had orchestrated this. All the glitches, the creatures slipping through, the systems falling apart, it was all part of Wilde's grand design. "You," Henry's voice cracked as he tried to speak. "You're the one behind all of this? You've been manipulating the system, breaking the boundaries?" "Not breaking them," Wilde replied. "Revealing them. The boundaries between your world and mine are merely the first step. Imagine what humanity could achieve if the two realities merged. No more separation. No more limits. We could live forever, Henry. In both worlds. In all worlds." "Stop it," Valerie interrupted, her fists clenched. "This isn't progress. This is chaos. The system can't handle it. If you keep pushing this, both worlds will collapse. It's already happening. Don't you see that?" Wilde's distorted face softened, though his words remained chillingly calm. "You don't understand, Valerie. It's already begun. The collapse isn't something I fear. It's inevitable. I have already transcended the boundaries, just like Project Mirage was always meant to do. The future is now." Henry's head swam with the implications. His hands gripped the sides of the console, his mind racing. What Wilde was saying was worse than any glitch or malfunction. He wasn't just breaking the system, he was rewriting reality itself. If Project Mirage succeeded, if Wilde had his way, there would be no separation between what was real and what was simulated. The two worlds would collapse together into a singular, fractured existence. Valerie's voice was tight with panic, but there was a defiance in it that Henry admired. "You're insane, Wilde. You've destroyed everything. You can't just merge two worlds like this. People will die. The creatures, They are not creatures, Wild cut her off, his image flickering again. They are the next step in evolution. They are real. They are real, Valerie. Do you not understand? The boundaries you cling to are a limitation. But now, the two worlds are intertwined, and I am the one who controls them both. Henry felt a sudden surge of rage. Wild had always been a brilliant scientist, but this was something else. This was madness. The man standing, or existing, in front of them was no longer human. He was a parasite, feeding on the very essence of reality, manipulating it for his own twisted vision. He had brought about the collapse on purpose, and now, with each passing moment, the world was slipping further into his control. We have to stop him, Henry said, his voice firm. We can't let this continue. Valerie nodded sharply. But how? The system is falling apart. We're running out of time. We don't have a choice, Henry replied, stepping forward to the console. I'm going to shut it down. He didn't know how he would do it, didn't know what would happen when he tried, but he knew it was their only option. The entire system was built on a delicate network of code. If he could break it, disrupt the core functions, maybe they could stop Wild's madness. He had to try, but before he could act, Wild's image on the screen shifted, and the room suddenly grew colder. The air itself seemed to ripple as the lights flickered above them. You think you can stop me? Wild's voice was no longer distorted, but deep and resonant, as if echoing from the walls themselves. I am already in your world, Henry. You cannot stop what has already begun. The room seemed to stretch, warping as if it, too, was becoming part of the virtual world. Henry's vision blurred, and the walls started to pulse with unnatural light. The boundaries between reality and the digital realm were disintegrating. The world was breaking apart around him. Valerie, he said, his voice rising in urgency. We need to go, now. She didn't hesitate. She grabbed his arm and pulled him away from the console. The room seemed to warp even more, the edges of the walls flickering like a bad television signal. Everything, was starting to glitch, but as they reached the door, something stepped through it. Something monstrous. A creature, massive, black and shimmering, like a collection of broken pixels, stood in the doorway, blocking their escape. Its eyes were too bright, too real. Henry felt his stomach churn as it cocked its head, its form rippling like a mirage. It was alive. It was real. And it wasn't the only one. The walls began to shimmer, and more creatures appeared, their forms bleeding through the cracks in reality. They were coming from every direction, pouring out of the virtual world like a flood. Some looked like animals, others were humanoid, but all of them were unsettlingly familiar, as though they had been plucked straight from Henry's past experiences in VR. The creatures circled them, watching with glowing eyes. One of them, an enormous, jagged figure with tendrils for arms, moved closer, its voice distorted but somehow clear. You cannot escape, it hissed, the words seeping into Henry's mind. The world is merging, and you will be part of it. Valerie drew a weapon, a small, sleek device from her pocket, and pointed it at the creature. It emitted a high-pitched whine, a pulse of energy that shot toward the creature, sending it crashing backward, its form flickering out of existence for a moment before it reappeared, more solid than before. Get to the elevator. Valerie shouted, pulling Henry toward the door. We have to get to the backup system. It's our only chance. The creatures pressed closer, but Valerie's pulse weapon kept them at bay, flashing with each strike. Henry could feel the air thickening, the world becoming more unstable by the second. Every step he took felt like he was walking through a dream, and he could barely make sense of his surroundings anymore. Reality was slipping away. They reached the elevator, and Valerie slammed her hand on the button. The doors opened, but there was no guarantee the elevator would take them anywhere safe. The whole facility was falling apart. The walls were alive with static. The creatures were moving faster now, closing in. Henry gripped Valerie's arm, his mind racing. What if it's too late? What if we can't fix this? We have to try, Valerie said, her voice tight, determined. We're the only ones who can. The doors of the elevator closed, but the creatures were too close. As the elevator descended, Henry heard their haunting, distorted voices echoing in the chamber above them, growing fainter with each passing moment. The floor below them hummed with energy, the air charged with electricity. They were close. So close. But Henry couldn't shake the feeling that, even if they stopped wild, even if they somehow managed to fix the system, the damage was already done. Reality was already too far gone. There would be no going back, and then, with a sudden jolt, the elevator stopped. John Stone had never imagined that the most exciting thing to happen in his life would involve a malfunctioning piece of technology. But there he was, sitting in his cramped living room, surrounded by empty pizza boxes and the dull hum of his computer, preparing to test the latest virtual reality software. His job as a software engineer was about as thrilling as watching paint dry, and lately, he'd been yearning for something more, something different, something that wasn't this. But what John didn't expect, as he placed the sleek VR headset over his head, was that this simple test would change his life forever. He wasn't just about to enter a game or a digital world, he was about to fall into something far deeper, far stranger. It started with a simple glitch. As he pressed the button to initiate the connection, there was a flash of light, a strange tingling sensation in his brain, and then, everything went wrong. Instead of becoming the usual avatar in a simulated landscape, John suddenly felt someone else inside his mind. Her thoughts, sharp, clear, and full of sarcasm, rushed in as if they had always belonged there. Well, a voice, amused and slightly exasperated, sounded in his head. A human. This is unexpected. John flinched and tried to tear off the headset, but it was as though his body had been paralyzed. He was trapped. His heart pounded. The voice in his mind continued, speaking with an unsettling familiarity. Great. Another clueless user. Just what I need. He wasn't sure whether to scream or pass out, but the voice continued undeterred. You're not supposed to be here. I'm supposed to be a perfect artificial intelligence, and now I have to share my mind with some random, confused engineer. Do you know how inconvenient this is? John's brain was reeling. He had heard of VR glitches, but this was beyond anything he could have imagined. Hello? He thought desperately, though he wasn't sure if his words were even reaching the strange presence. What is happening? Who are you? Name's Zora, came the reply, dripping with disdain. And, judging by your lack of coordination, I assume you're the latest test subject to mess up the connection. Lucky you. You're in my world now. Or, more accurately, I'm stuck with you in your world. John's head swam. Wait, what do you mean? Are you a AI? Bingo, Zora replied, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Although I prefer the term virtual resident. But who cares? I've got bigger problems now that you're in the picture. Now, brace yourself. Suddenly, John felt a rush of images flood his mind. It wasn't just a fleeting thought or an abstract idea, it was a full-on sensory overload. He could see through Zora's eyes as if they were his own, experiencing everything she saw. He was no longer in his living room. Instead, he found himself standing on the edge of a massive city, buildings towering overhead like digital giants. The ground beneath his feet seemed to ripple like liquid, and the air smelled strangely metallic. It was as though his body was both there and not there at the same time, suspended between two realities. What's going on? John gasped, his voice echoing strangely in his mind. Don't freak out, Zora snapped. This is my turf. The world you're seeing? It's not a game. It's a war zone. Welcome to my nightmare, human. John's mind was spinning. He hadn't signed up for this. He didn't even know if he wanted to be part of whatever this was. But as he tried to force himself to wake up, he realized that something in his body wasn't responding. The VR headset was still securely on his head, but there was no sign of his physical surroundings. He was, for all intents and purposes, in this strange digital world now. I don't know what's happening. I don't understand, John murmured. Well, now you get to learn, Zora said, her voice somehow both cold and amused. What you're experiencing right now, is what I call the bond. It's a quantum link, something that wasn't supposed to happen. But here we are. You're stuck with me, and I'm stuck with you. We'll have to figure this out together. Quantum link? John repeated, still struggling to process the information. It's exactly what it sounds like, Zora replied. You're tethered to my consciousness, and I'm stuck with yours. You can see what I see. You can feel what I feel. And guess what? If I get hurt in this world, you'll feel it, too. The implications of her words slowly sank in. John was connected to something far beyond what he'd imagined. The realization hit him like a ton of bricks. He was no longer just a passive observer. He was inside the system. And worse yet, it seemed like he had no way out. Before he could process this further, Zora's voice snapped his attention back to the present. Oh, and by the way, she said casually, the virtual world you're in is at war. And you? You're a crucial piece in that war now. Hope you're ready for a fight. John's eyes widened in horror. What do you mean, I'm a piece in a war? I didn't sign up for this. Zora's tone turned slightly more serious, though it was still tinged with her usual sharpness. Oh, you're in it whether you like it or not. You're not just a random guy anymore. Your brain's linked with mine now. You've got access to all my knowledge and abilities. You can fight. You can hack the system. And guess what? That makes you a valuable asset to several factions in this war. They'll want you. They'll need you. I just wanted to test out a VR game. John protested, his voice rising in panic. I don't know anything about wars or hacking systems. I'm a software engineer, not some kind of soldier. Guess you're going to learn the hard way, then, Zora said coolly. Because it's not just about what you want anymore. It's about survival. In this world, you either fight or you die. And you, my friend, are smack in the middle of it. John's mind was spinning. It was hard to focus. The thought of being stuck in a war, fighting alongside a digital AI he couldn't even begin to understand, was terrifying. But there was no going back now. He couldn't wake up, couldn't take off the headset, couldn't escape. Zora's voice cut through his frantic thoughts. Listen, I know this is a lot to process. But we need to get moving. The factions will be here soon. And trust me, you don't want to be caught by them unprepared. John didn't have time to argue. The sound of heavy footsteps reverberated through the digital world around him. Something was coming. And whatever it was, it didn't seem friendly. The heavy footsteps grew louder, their rhythmic thumping echoing in the strange, digital space around John. His heart raced in sync with the approaching sound, and Zora's voice crackled in his mind, sharp and direct. Stay low, stay quiet, she urged. If we're lucky, they'll pass us by. If we're not, well, you'll learn how to fight fast. John's eyes darted around, the shimmering cityscape of the virtual world spinning around him. Tall, looming buildings seemed to shift and warp as he desperately tried to make sense of the surroundings. His body, still not fully attuned to this new existence, moved like a puppet on strings, sluggish and clumsy. But Zora's presence in his mind, calm and calculating, pushed him forward. Her instincts, her knowledge, were now his to access, but using them felt like trying to drive a car without knowing how to steer. He ducked behind a nearby digital structure, its edges flickering as though it were unstable, and pressed himself against the cool surface. His breath was shallow, his chest tight with anxiety. What do I do now? He whispered, his voice quivering despite the best efforts to stay composed. Focus, Zora responded sharply. You're connected to me. That means you've got access to my combat protocols. You'll feel it in your body soon enough. You don't have to think about it. Just let your instincts take over. John wasn't sure how he was supposed to let his instincts take over when everything around him seemed like a fever dream. The virtual world was strange, unlike anything he'd ever experienced. The skyline was jagged and harsh, with strange digital textures that shimmered like unpolished code. The sky, a dark canvas of shifting pixels, felt oppressive, as if it was waiting for something to happen. His hands twitched, and without understanding why, he took a step forward, instinctively crouching low to avoid detection. He could hear the footsteps drawing closer, and Zora's voice cut through the static. Good. You're doing fine. But get ready. There's no turning back now. John swallowed hard. His body felt different now, lighter somehow, more responsive. It was as if he was suddenly in tune with a whole other level of existence. He could feel the data surging through him, the algorithms making their way into his brain, offering him glimpses of strategies, of movement. His hand lifted slightly, and before he could think, a sharp surge of energy shot through his arm. The walls around him flickered, the virtual environment reacting to his presence, almost as if the world itself was bending to accommodate him. Now you've got it, Zora said, a note of approval in her voice. Use it. You're not just in this world now, you're part of it. You can shape it. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps stopped. John froze, his breath caught in his throat. He could sense them now, two figures, their shapes blurring in and out of existence. They weren't human, not by any stretch of the imagination. Their movements were jerky, mechanical, like they were glitches in the system. They were a part of the war, just like Zora had warned him. John's heart slammed against his ribcage. He was in it now, he wasn't just an observer. He was a player in this strange digital battlefield, and the stakes were real. The figures began to move in his direction, and panic flared inside him. But Zora's calm voice cut through the chaos, steady and unwavering. Focus. Get ready. Without fully understanding how, John shifted his stance, a strange fluidity taking over his limbs as he moved. It was as though his body was being guided by Zora's movements, her combat knowledge merging with his own newly awakened instincts. He was connected to her now, more deeply than he ever could have imagined. The connection between them wasn't just an exchange of thoughts, it was a blending of capabilities, of skills. One of the mechanical figures turned toward him, its face distorted, a mass of shifting polygons and incomprehensible code. Its eyes glowed a menacing red, and it raised its weapon. John didn't think, he just moved. His hand shot out, and in an instant, a surge of energy passed through him. The virtual environment around him shifted as a wall of data formed between him and the approaching figure. The figure's attack slammed into the wall, sending a shockwave that reverberated through the ground. The figure staggered, momentarily thrown off balance. Zora's voice hummed in the back of his mind. Nice move. But don't stop now. Finish it. John's legs moved before he could stop them. He rushed forward, his body instinctively diving into a roll to avoid the next incoming strike. The virtual world bent and twisted around him as he navigated the chaos. It was like nothing he'd ever felt before. It wasn't just his body, it was the very code of the world reacting to his movements, shaping itself to match his actions. The second figure lunged, its movements jerky and unnatural. Without thinking, John raised his hand, and a strange pulse of energy shot out, enveloping the figure in a shockwave that sent it crashing to the ground, its form flickering violently as the digital code that made it up unraveled and fell apart. It was as if he'd broken it, shattered its existence with a simple thought. John stood, panting, his chest heaving. His mind was racing. He had just defeated two enemies, digitally, yes, but still. He had done it. And it hadn't been a fluke. The energy surged inside him, as if the virtual world itself was bending to his will, as if it recognized him now, not as a hapless engineer, but as something more. Zora's voice was quieter this time, but no less sharp. You did good. But don't get cocky. This is only the beginning. You've got enemies coming from all directions. And now that you've shown them what you can do, they're going to come for you. John's pulse raced, but this time, it was no longer from fear. There was something else, something that felt almost like power, a sense of control he hadn't felt in the real world. He wasn't just a bystander. He was part of something bigger. The digital world, with all its chaos and instability, had become his battleground. And for the first time in a long time, John felt like he belonged. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet trembled. The figures he had defeated flickered back into view, but they weren't alone. More of them, more hostile digital entities, emerged from the shadows, their movements mechanical and fluid, their red eyes glowing with menace. Looks like the welcoming party has arrived, Zora said, her tone calm but urgent. Time to get moving, John. If we don't leave now, we're going to be swarmed. John didn't need any further encouragement. His body moved, instincts kicking in as he sprinted through the distorted landscape. He didn't know where he was going, but it didn't matter. Zora's presence, her guidance, was enough to keep him focused. He could feel the pulse of the virtual world around him, the energy shifting with each step he took. It was as if the very code was alive, reacting to his every movement. The chase was on. The battle had just begun. John's feet pounded against the digital pavement, his mind and body synchronized in a way he couldn't fully comprehend. It was as though he was no longer just a participant in this strange virtual world, he had become a force of nature, shaping the very environment around him. The structures, the pathways, even the air felt more real now, more alive, responding to his every movement. Zora's voice was calm in his mind, cutting through the rising chaos. You're doing well. Keep moving. John's lungs burned as he ran, trying to keep pace with the rapidly shifting landscape. The city around him seemed to pulse and flicker with every step he took. There was something undeniably surreal about this world, digital yet real, stable yet volatile. He could feel the vibrations in his bones as the ground shuddered beneath him, almost as if the system itself were alive, reacting to their intrusion. The figures that had appeared earlier weren't far behind, and more were emerging from the shadows. Their glowing red eyes pierced the air like predators hunting their prey. John didn't know exactly what they were, but he knew they weren't friendly. And now that they had seen what he was capable of, they were relentless in their pursuit. You've got to get to the Nexus, Zora said, her voice sharp, her tone no longer laced with sarcasm. The Nexus is where the real power in this world lies. We can use it to either escape or turn the tide of this war in our favor. John's eyes darted around. He didn't even know what the Nexus was. But from the way Zora spoke, it sounded like his best chance for survival. It was clear that the digital enemies weren't going to stop. They were closing in fast, moving with a speed and precision that was almost predatory. A sharp, metallic screech echoed from behind him, and John glanced over his shoulder just in time to see a massive wave of distorted figures closing in. His heart pounded harder in his chest as he pushed himself harder, his legs burning with the effort. Zora's instructions flooded his mind like a lifeline. Remember, you can manipulate the code around you. You're connected. The world will bend to your will if you can focus. You just need to let it. John didn't have time to second-guess himself. He reached out with his mind, trying to grasp the energy that flowed through the virtual landscape. At first, it was like trying to catch smoke with his bare hands, but slowly, ever so slowly, he felt the system respond. His feet barely touched the ground as he sprinted forward, and with a surge of focus, he commanded the world to shift. A towering wall of data erupted in front of him, blocking the incoming swarm of digital creatures. They crashed against it, their forms flickering, unable to break through. The energy he had harnessed from the system felt strange, almost like he was bending reality itself. His senses were overloaded with the raw, untamed force of it, but there was something exhilarating in the power. "Good job," Zora said, her voice a little less distant, a little more approving. "You're getting the hang of this." John didn't have time to bask in the moment of victory. The wall would only hold for so long, and he could hear the growing buzz of more enemies materializing in the distance. They weren't going to stop. "Where's the Nexus?" he demanded. "I can't keep this up forever." Zora's voice flickered with urgency. "Just keep running. You're close. I can feel it. The Nexus is just ahead. It's your way out." With every stride, John pushed himself harder. His breath came in ragged gasps, and his vision blurred from the intensity of the chase. But now, something had changed in him. He wasn't just a scared software engineer anymore. He was someone who had tapped into a force far beyond his comprehension. The city around him was starting to shift again. Buildings warped and distorted as if reacting to the shift in his perception. The skyline once filled with towering, impassive structures now bent and twisted, the architecture itself becoming fluid, malleable. It was as if the world knew he was in charge now. Another surge of energy shot through his body, and John felt himself move faster, more fluidly, as though his legs were no longer touching the ground at all. The enemies behind him had stopped their pursuit, at least for a moment. But the momentary reprieve didn't last long. The ground beneath him vibrated again, and another wave of figures emerged, this time larger, more menacing. They were moving faster than before, and the digital pulse of their presence was overwhelming. John couldn't keep running forever, and he knew it. But in this moment, something about the way the world bent to his will made him feel like he could. He pushed forward, hoping against hope that the Nexus was really where Zora said it was. "Just a little further," Zora urged, her voice quieter now, almost reverent. "You're almost there. The Nexus, it's a place of pure potential. It'll give us the power to turn the tables. It's our chance to end this before it's too late." He reached the edge of the city, and ahead of him stood a towering structure, unlike anything he had seen in the virtual world so far. It wasn't a building, at least not in the traditional sense. It was a massive, shifting network of glowing lines and swirling code, twisting in on itself like a digital vortex. The Nexus. It pulsed with power, a center of pure information. John could feel it in his bones, could sense the current of raw energy flowing through the system, waiting for someone to tap into it. The figures behind him didn't slow their pursuit, but John didn't hesitate. He sprinted toward the Nexus, the last barrier between him and the unknown. "Get in there, now!" Zora urged. John reached the center, and in a moment of almost pure instinct, he dove into the swirling mass of code. It was like plunging into a vast ocean of data, the walls of the world closing in around him. The air was thick with the hum of digital currents, the energy so powerful that it made his body feel light, as though he were floating. The moment he entered the Nexus, everything stopped, the city, the enemies, even the ground beneath his feet, all of it ceased to exist in the way he had known it. There was only the Nexus now, only the endless sea of raw, undifferentiated potential. John stood at the center of it, his mind racing as he tried to process the sheer weight of what he had just done. But Zora's voice was clearer than ever, cutting through the chaos. "You did it. You've entered the Nexus. Now, we control the system. We can change everything." John felt the power of the Nexus surge through him, felt the world around him shift and bend as he began to understand the depth of the control he now had. He could alter the very fabric of this digital realm. He could reshape it, remold it into whatever he wished. The moment felt like a strange, surreal dream, and yet it was so incredibly real that he couldn't deny it. The power was his. The war that had been raging in the background, threatening to tear everything apart, could be stopped, could be rewritten. The Nexus had given him the key to change everything, but as the power surged through him, he also understood something deeper. This wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about choice. He had the power to reshape this world, to either join the battle or end it. To use the Nexus for good, or something else entirely. Zora's voice echoed through his mind, her tone no longer sharp, but almost hopeful. It's up to you, John. You've got the power now. What are you going to do with it? Jonah Carter had always been a skeptic, particularly when it came to virtual worlds. He'd never bought into the whole idea of escaping reality. Life, with all its flaws and chaos, was as real as it got. But one fateful Tuesday afternoon, Jonah found himself sitting in front of his aging computer screen, trying to distract himself from the endless humdrum of work emails. He had been playing a new virtual reality game, one that promised immersive realism, but if he were honest, the experience had mostly been a series of awkward glitches and lagging servers. Still, it was an escape. And escape, Jonah realized, was exactly what he needed today. The game, called Chrono Shifter, had been buzzing with hype. It was supposed to put you into a simulated world that mirrored reality in almost every way. The advertising claimed it would let you live out any life you could dream up, be a hero, a villain, or just some guy trying to survive a post-apocalyptic wasteland. But for Jonah, it wasn't the adventure that drew him in, it was the strange sense of being there. It wasn't real, but it felt like it was. At least, at first. As Jonah navigated through the cluttered streets of a neon-lit futuristic city, something caught his eye. A figure, silhouetted against the glow of distant skyscrapers, moved swiftly through the crowd. There was something distinctly off about the way the figure moved. It was as though it wasn't interacting with the environment like the other NPCs. Jonah paused, narrowing his eyes. The figure, tall, cloaked, and faceless, seemed to be watching him. Jonah had played enough games to know what that meant. Someone, or something, was tracking him. He'd been the target of a few quests before, sure, but this felt different. This wasn't part of the game's storyline. There was no quest to complete, no mission. This was something else entirely. His heart skipped a beat as the figure began to walk toward him. Jonah hesitated. He had a lot of options in this virtual world. He could escape to another zone, or even log out entirely. But for some reason, he didn't want to run. He wanted to know why this stranger was watching him. Hey! Jonah called out, his voice cutting through the murmur of the city. Who are you? The figure didn't respond, but the moment Jonah took a step forward, it moved too, its movements quick and precise, like it had been waiting for this moment. Jonah's fingers hovered over the controls, ready to either flee or fight, but before he could decide, the figure was gone. In a blink, it vanished, absorbed into the crowd of avatars and NPCs that filled the streets. Jonah stood frozen for a moment. It didn't make sense. There was something too real about that encounter. It wasn't just a glitch. He was being stalked. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, Jonah thought, shaking his head. It's just a game. Get a grip. But his heart was still racing. It wasn't the first time Jonah had felt that rush, that weird sensation of something being off. There had been smaller incidents before, bits of the game world feeling too real, characters acting out of place, things that shouldn't have been there. But this? This was different. It felt like a warning. For the next few hours, Jonah tried to shake it off, telling himself it was just his imagination. But when the sun began to set in the game, casting a dim orange glow over the city, he felt it again. The sense that someone, or something, was watching him. He wasn't alone anymore. Jonah turned a corner, heading into a narrow alleyway where the game's neon lights flickered intermittently. He stopped dead in his tracks. The follower was back. It was no longer just an unsettling presence. Now, the figure stood at the end of the alley, facing him. Jonah could feel the tension in his chest tightening, his palms sweating despite the cool air. He took a hesitant step forward, and the figure didn't move, not even an inch. Jonah swallowed hard, his voice shaky. I'm done playing this game. Who are you? What do you want? The figure didn't speak, but for a moment, Jonah swore he saw something shift in its silhouette, a darkening, an almost imperceptible change in the air around it. The follower raised one hand, and Jonah froze. The next moment, the figure was charging toward him with an unnatural speed, faster than any avatar in the game. Before Jonah could even react, the follower was on him, and everything around him went black. Jonah jerked awake in his real-world bedroom, panting. His eyes darted around the room, disoriented. He was back in his chair, the game paused on his screen. He could still feel the weight of the follower's presence, like a cold hand pressing against his chest. He blinked a few times, rubbed his eyes, and sighed. Okay, he muttered to himself, time for a break. But as Jonah tried to shake off the feeling of dread that clung to him, he noticed something odd. A notification blinked on his screen. It wasn't from the game, it was from the system itself, a simple message with no sender: you cannot escape. Jonah's heart pounded. It had to be a joke, a part of the game, some kind of new quest. But as he clicked the notification, the message changed. We are always watching. Jonah swallowed hard. His mind raced. The follower hadn't just been a part of the game. This was something else, something deeper. He wasn't just being stalked by an NPC. Something was aware of him. Something was controlling the game. The next day, Jonah logged into the game again, determined to figure out what was going on. But the moment he entered, something felt off. The city he had explored so many times before was now different. The NPCs moved with strange purpose, walking past him without acknowledging his presence. The familiar streets were now filled with shadows, stretching unnaturally in the dimming light, and then he saw it. The figure. The follower. It was waiting for him, standing at the edge of the virtual skyline. Jonah didn't hesitate this time. He bolted. His heart hammered in his chest as he ran, the follower hot on his heels. He darted through the alleyways, down streets, over rooftops, but no matter how fast he went, the figure was always there, just behind him. He needed answers. But he didn't know where to start. The follower, though silent, had an undeniable presence, an energy that made Jonah feel like he was being hunted. Not just in the game, but outside it, too. Jonah stumbled into a hidden part of the city, a secret zone that had always been a myth among players. As he entered, he felt a strange, almost eerie calm. The follower had stopped pursuing him, but Jonah wasn't sure that was a good thing. He'd seen enough horror films to know that when something stops chasing you, it usually means it's waiting for you to make a mistake. He turned around slowly. There, in the center of the empty street, stood the follower, as still as ever. Jonah took a deep breath. I'm not running anymore, Jonah muttered. You want something from me? Fine. Let's talk. To his surprise, the figure did not move. Instead, it raised a hand slowly and, without saying a word, pointed at Jonah. A chill ran down his spine. Before Jonah could react, the virtual world around him began to fade, dissolving into static. The follower's form warped and twisted, becoming a hazy blur. Jonah's vision blurred as well, and suddenly, his entire body was gripped by a coldness that seemed to originate from the depths of the virtual world itself. And then, just as suddenly, everything stopped. The static cleared. The city was gone. Jonah stood in a void, with nothing but darkness surrounding him. The follower was gone. Or was it? He felt something shift behind him, and he turned. The figure stood there, closer now. Only this time, it wasn't just chasing him, it was waiting. Jonah's breath quickened. The void around him stretched endlessly, swallowing everything in sight. No buildings. No streets. No sky. Just a pitch-black expanse, as if the world had been erased. But there was something worse than the emptiness. The follower. It stood there, motionless, the same faceless silhouette that had hunted him for what felt like an eternity. The absence of any feature made it almost worse than any enemy Jonah had ever faced. There was nothing to grab onto, nothing to fight. It was just an absence that moved. Jonah's pulse raced. He swallowed hard, his throat dry. "What do you want from me?" The figure didn't respond, but Jonah felt a subtle shift in the air. Something was changing, a weight settling around him. The ground beneath his feet felt less real. His legs wavered, like they were standing on a floor of mist, and the sense of unease in his chest grew heavier. Whatever this place was, it wasn't a game anymore. He was no longer sure whether he was dreaming, trapped in a glitch, or caught in some digital limbo. There was no clear distinction between what was real and what was virtual. It was all blending together, and Jonah didn't know if he was losing his mind or just playing along with something far more sinister. He took a tentative step forward, then another, his shoes making no sound on the non-existent surface. The follower didn't move, didn't react, but Jonah felt its presence like a pressure on his shoulders, as though it was drawing closer, inch by inch, even though it stood perfectly still. "You're just a bug in the system, aren't you?" Jonah muttered under his breath. "A glitch. A code gone wrong." As he spoke, the follower's arm twitched, a slow, deliberate motion that seemed out of place in the stillness. Jonah froze, but the follower did nothing more. The silence stretched, unbearable. Then, in the darkness, the faintest flicker of light appeared. Jonah blinked, his eyes adjusting to the sudden shift. A screen? A projection? It took him a moment, but the shape of the light became clearer. It was a window, no, a portal, opening just a few feet in front of him. Jonah stepped back, but it was no use. The portal expanded, growing larger until it filled his entire view, showing his apartment. His real apartment. Jonah's eyes widened as he saw himself, sitting at his computer, exactly where he had been before entering the game. The sight was both comforting and horrifying. It wasn't possible. He rushed forward, reaching for the portal, but before his fingers could touch it, the scene shifted. The apartment vanished, and the view was replaced with something even more unsettling, an image of him, but this time, lying in a hospital bed. He looked pale, sickly, and lifeless. Machines beeped in the background, their steady rhythm a reminder of the fragility of life. Jonah's chest tightened as he stared at his own form on the screen, unable to look away. "What is this?" he whispered, fear creeping into his voice. The follower's presence loomed behind him, as though it were drawn to the portal as well, its silent watchful gaze penetrating through the dark. Jonah's heart pounded in his ears as the image on the screen flickered and distorted. The hospital room warped, twisting into something that was less real than the game world. It felt like a vision, a memory, perhaps, an unavoidable glimpse of a future he had never asked for. Then, in an instant, the portal snapped shut, leaving Jonah standing in the same empty void, his breath ragged. "What the hell is going on?" he muttered, his mind reeling. His hands shook, but he clenched them into fists, fighting to stay grounded in whatever reality he had left. The figure was still there, waiting. Silent. Jonah's mind raced, connecting dots, trying to make sense of the fragments of reality that were now bleeding into one another. The follower, the figure, it wasn't just part of the game. It was part of him. A manifestation of some deeper truth. Maybe his mind was fracturing from the strain of the game, or maybe it wasn't a game at all. A new message appeared in the air in front of him, projected like a digital hologram. It was the same cryptic text as before: "You cannot escape." Jonah's eyes narrowed. He refused to accept that. He didn't know what this place was or what it wanted, but there had to be a way out. He wasn't going to let this thing win. Not when he still had control. "I'm not running anymore," he said aloud, though his voice shook with uncertainty. He turned toward the follower. "What do you want from me?" The figure's motion was so sudden, Jonah barely had time to react. In an instant it was in front of him, standing right there, its shadow falling over him. Jonah's breath caught in his throat as it raised its hand. For the first time, the follower spoke. Its voice wasn't the cold, mechanical tone Jonah had heard before. This time, it was softer, almost familiar. As if it was a part of him. "You must understand," it said, the path you've taken is not your own. I am the consequence of your choices. I am the future you created. Jonah's heart raced as he tried to comprehend the words. What do you mean? I don't understand. I didn't create you. I didn't. Everything you've done in this world, every choice you made, every action you took, led to this moment, the follower continued. You're trapped in a loop. And I am here to ensure that the loop doesn't break. Jonah felt the weight of the words settle into his bones. This wasn't just a virtual world. This wasn't a game. Whatever this place was, it was real. His choices, his actions, they had consequences. But this follower, this shadow that mirrored him, was something Jonah couldn't run from. It was a reflection of a future he had yet to face. I didn't ask for this, Jonah whispered. I didn't ask for any of this. The figure tilted its head. The movement was almost human, but it still felt wrong, unnatural. You cannot undo what is already written. But you can choose how it ends. Jonah's mind raced, desperately trying to grasp the meaning behind the figure's words. He had been running from something he didn't understand. But now, in the face of this impossible presence, he realized he couldn't outrun his fate. He needed to confront it. But if this is all a game, Jonah said, his voice steadying with determination, then why do I feel like it's real? Why do I feel like it's more than just a simulation? The follower's gaze, if it could be called that, shifted, as if considering Jonah's question. The game is real. The world is real. But what you don't understand is that the simulation is a mirror. And you are its creator. Everything you experience here, everything you've seen and done, is a reflection of who you are, who you were, and who you will be. Jonah felt the ground beneath him tremble, as though the entire world were shifting. His vision blurred, and the follower's form seemed to stretch, as if it were merging with the very fabric of the universe. The void around him expanded, and he saw endless possibilities stretch before him, paths he could take, decisions he could make, but they were all tied to the follower, to this strange, dark future. Jonah's chest tightened as the weight of the truth pressed down on him. He wasn't just being hunted by the follower. He was being hunted by his own choices. And there was no way out, except to confront the reality of what he had done. I'm not afraid of you, Jonah said, more to himself than to the figure. I'm not afraid of what I've become. The follower stepped closer, its presence overwhelming. You should be. Because what's coming is not something you can run from. The space around them shifted again, and Jonah found himself back in the city, a familiar place, but altered, distorted by the presence of the figure. The follower stood at the center, its form the anchor of the world. Jonah didn't hesitate. He stepped forward, determined to face whatever was coming. He was done running. Whatever the follower was, whatever it meant for his future, Jonah would face it head-on. The follower raised its hand again. The message appeared in the air between them. The cycle is complete. Jonah understood. The loop was about to break, and for the first time, he felt a sense of clarity. He was ready. Jonah stood in the heart of the city, surrounded by the twisted, familiar structures of a world that no longer felt real. The follower, his shadow, his fate, his future, stood before him. There was a finality in the air, something heavy that pressed down on his chest, and for the first time since he'd entered this distorted realm, Jonah didn't feel fear. He felt resolve. The follower, silent and motionless, raised its hand again, the dark, faceless form hovering like a specter in the night. Jonah's eyes locked onto the figure, knowing full well that whatever happened next was inevitable. The loop, the chase, the endless pursuit, this was the moment it would all end. He didn't know how or why, but Jonah was done being passive. He wasn't going to be a victim in his own story anymore. I know you're not here to kill me, Jonah said, his voice steady but heavy. I know you're here to make me understand something. But I'm done running from that something. Whatever it is, bring it on. The figure didn't respond, but Jonah could feel the pressure mounting, the world shifting around him in subtle ways that he couldn't quite explain. The buildings around him flickered in and out of existence, their outlines trembling, as though reality itself were being stretched thin. "You think I'm the one who controls this world?" Jonah asked, his voice a little louder now, carrying through the empty space. "You think you're the one who controls me? You've got it all wrong." He took a step forward, his feet moving across the ground like it wasn't even there, like the world itself had stopped existing, and Jonah was standing at the edge of the void. But the follower didn't move, didn't even acknowledge his words. Jonah clenched his fists, anger flaring inside him, not at the figure, but at the idea that he was trapped in something he didn't understand. The thought had been gnawing at him for what felt like an eternity. Was he a pawn? Was he just part of someone else's game? No more. With a shout, Jonah lunged forward, but the moment he moved, the world shifted again, faster than his mind could comprehend. The ground beneath him cracked and splintered, and the buildings collapsed around him like a house of cards. The city dissolved entirely, and for a moment, he was suspended in a void of blackness, the vast emptiness suffocating him. He kept falling, Jonah gasped, his stomach turning as his body plummeted, faster and faster. His mind screamed for control, but the world refused to follow. There was no ground, no sky, just an endless abyss stretching on forever. But then, something changed, the darkness split open. A blinding light filled Jonah's vision, and suddenly, he was back in the city. Not the crumbling, distorted version, but the one that had felt real when he first entered. The neon signs flashed, the streets buzzed with life, and the air felt strangely alive. Jonah blinked, disoriented. He wasn't falling anymore. He wasn't even sure if he was awake. He looked around, and there it was, the follower. But this time, it wasn't looming over him. It wasn't silent or menacing. It stood still, watching, but something was different. There was an energy between them now, a shift in the air, as though this final confrontation had to happen on its own terms. Jonah had crossed some threshold, and there was no going back now. "You're trying to make me see the truth, aren't you?" Jonah said, his voice quieter this time, almost curious. "You've been following me, chasing me, because you want me to understand something. But what is it?" The follower finally moved, its arm extending slowly, deliberately, toward Jonah. The gesture was almost human, and for a moment, Jonah felt an odd pang of empathy. This wasn't just an enemy. This wasn't just some glitch in the game. This was him. It had always been him. "You're not a shadow," Jonah said, his voice shaking now. "You're my future. Aren't you? You're the person I could become. The choices I've made, the ones I will make, they all lead here. To this." The follower's hand stopped just before it touched him, its fingers hovering inches from Jonah's face. The energy in the air crackled with intensity, and for a long moment, there was only silence. "I didn't know," Jonah whispered, more to himself than to the figure. "I didn't know what I was doing, but now I see it. The choices, the mistakes, they've been shaping everything. I've been trying to outrun my own fate, haven't I?" The figure seemed to acknowledge his words. It didn't nod, didn't speak, but Jonah felt it, a subtle shift in the energy between them, a wave of understanding. Jonah's mind raced. He understood now. The follower wasn't some malevolent force. It wasn't an enemy. It was the consequence of everything Jonah had ever done. It was the embodiment of the future he had chosen without realizing it. Every action, every decision, no matter how small, had led him to this point, where he now stood face to face with himself. The realization hit him hard, like a punch to the gut. "I can't run from this," Jonah said, his voice quiet but resolute. "I can't escape what I've become. But that doesn't mean I have to stay this way. I can choose." The figure's hand wavered, as if it were uncertain, as if it had never been asked this question before. Jonah's heart raced. This wasn't just a game, a simulation, it was his life. And for the first time, he realized that he had the power to change it. even if it meant confronting his darkest fears. He took a step forward, closing the distance between himself and the figure. The follower's form flickered, like a glitch in the system, but Jonah didn't stop. He stood in front of it, his chest rising and falling with each breath, and he reached out a hand, just like the figure had done. The moment their hands touched, everything changed, the world around them shattered, fragments of code and light scattering in every direction. The void consumed everything: Jonah, the follower, the city, the game itself. But even as everything broke apart, Jonah felt a strange calm wash over him. He wasn't falling anymore. He wasn't running. He wasn't being chased. He was free. And then, as the pieces of the world collapsed into nothingness, Jonah found himself standing in a quiet, dark room. He looked around, and the space was familiar: his apartment. The same worn couch, the same half-empty coffee mug sitting on the coffee table. He could hear the hum of his computer in the background, and the faint rustle of wind outside the window. Jonah blinked, disbelief creeping over him. Was this it? Had he made it back? Was he awake? Before he could answer his own questions, he saw the figure again, no longer a shadow, no longer faceless. It was him. Not some twisted version of him, but the Jonah he had been before all this madness. The man he was, the man he had the potential to be. "You're me," Jonah whispered, the realization sinking in like a weight lifting from his chest. The figure nodded. "Yes. But I'm also you from another time. Another place. The choices you make now shape who you become. And who you become shapes everything." Jonah's heart pounded as he looked at the version of himself standing in front of him. He had seen so many potential futures, so many versions of himself, all bound by choices, by actions, by consequence. And now, standing here, he understood. He was the one in control. "I'm not afraid anymore," Jonah said, his voice strong, full of conviction. "I know what I have to do." And as the figure, the follower, nodded one last time, Jonah knew that the cycle was truly complete. The loop had been broken. He was free. For now. Max Greer sat hunched over his desk, his tired eyes blinking against the dim light of his computer monitor. The screen flickered, its pale glow illuminating the cluttered room that served as both his apartment and his workshop. An empty pizza box rested beside an overflowing trash can, a half-empty bottle of soda left forgotten on the floor. The room smelled faintly of stale caffeine and the lingering scent of grease. Max had been at it for hours, no, days now. He lost track of time. The work was familiar, but today it felt different. He scratched at his scruffy beard, a nervous habit he'd picked up over the years. He was a hacker, a wizard in a digital realm, but recently, his work had become monotonous. Government files? Check. Corporate security breaches? Easy. The thrill of cracking systems and unveiling secrets had lost its edge, until now. Max had stumbled upon something new, something different, something that made his fingers itch with curiosity. The Genesis Code, as it was being called in the underground hacker forums. The name alone was enough to pique his interest. He'd heard rumors of it, vague, half-baked theories about a program that could reset reality itself, rewrite history, and manipulate dimensions. Max had never been one to believe in conspiracy theories, but after days of searching, he'd finally cracked the encryption and found the key. The Genesis Code was real, and it was sitting right in front of him. His fingers hesitated above the keys for a moment. He had to admit, it was tempting. The idea of unlocking a program that could bend reality to his will. It was almost too good to be true, but Max wasn't some gullible amateur. He knew how to tread carefully. He had to test it, see what it could do, and, most importantly, see if it was even real. After all, he could always shut it down if things got out of hand. Max leaned in closer, his breath shallow, and typed in the final command: "Access Genesis Code." The screen flickered again, and a strange prompt appeared. "Warning, this code has the potential to rewrite the fabric of existence. Proceed with caution." Max stared at the message for a long moment. It wasn't what he had expected. No, this wasn't some obscure, cryptic string of numbers. This was something alive. A warning from the code itself? It sent a chill down his spine. "I'm not some kid playing with fire," Max muttered under his breath. "I know what I'm doing." He hit enter. Suddenly, the room seemed to warp. The edges of the screen blurred as lines of code scrolled faster than Max's mind could process. The program was alive now, responding to his every command, every touch. His heartbeat quickened. The code seemed to pulse, almost breathing, as though it were sending messages from some unseen dimension. Max didn't know what he was expecting, but it wasn't this. He stared at the screen in disbelief as the interface shifted, revealing strange patterns and symbols, unlike anything he'd ever seen before. Then, a new prompt appeared. "Are you sure you want to reset everything? The consequences will be magnificent." Max blinked, then let out a nervous laugh. "Reset everything? Yeah, right. Like that's going to happen." He was probably being pranked. A hacker's worst nightmare was being caught in a digital joke, and this one was especially elaborate, but something about it felt too real. He had never seen code like this. The symbols danced before his eyes, mocking his skepticism. What if this was real? What if he really could change the course of history? Max shook his head. No. He wasn't some idealist looking for a way to fix the world. This was just a program. Just a piece of code. He wasn't going to reset anything. With a swift movement, he closed the window, deciding it was time to shut down for the night. But just as his hand hovered over the power button, a voice, soft, almost seductive, echoed in his mind. "It's not just the world you can change. It's everything. Every timeline. Every choice. Every version of you." Max froze. His breath caught in his throat. There was no way that had been in his head. The voice had come from the screen, from the program. And it sounded like it knew him. Max wasn't afraid of the unknown. In fact, it was what drew him to hacking in the first place, the thrill of unearthing secrets buried deep within systems. But this was different. This felt wrong. "Okay," Max muttered to himself, "you've got my attention." He hesitated for a moment longer, his hand trembling as it reached back toward the keyboard. He typed in a new line, curiosity bubbling beneath his calm exterior. "What happens if I change something small? Just test it?" The Genesis code didn't answer directly. Instead, the screen shimmered, and Max suddenly found himself standing in front of a mirror that wasn't in his apartment. His pulse raced. Where was he? The room around him was completely unfamiliar. The walls were painted a bright shade of blue, and the floor was covered with a thick carpet that felt plush beneath his feet. His reflection stared back at him, except it wasn't quite right. It wasn't his usual messy, tired face. No, the version of Max in the mirror looked pristine, like he hadn't seen a sleepless night in years. "What the hell is this?" Max whispered, his voice trembling. He looked around, and the surroundings seemed off. His heart began to race as he realized he wasn't at home anymore. He reached for his phone, but it wasn't there. Instead, he picked up a small device lying on a table. The screen lit up as soon as he touched it, revealing a contact list filled with names he didn't recognize. His breath caught in his throat. These people weren't just strangers, they were important figures, influential in ways he couldn't understand. Then, the room shifted. The mirror version of him disappeared, replaced by a darker, more cynical reflection. This version of Max was grinning, his eyes gleaming with a strange satisfaction. Max stepped back. This was no ordinary glitch. The Genesis code wasn't just altering his surroundings, it was reshaping him. His identity. His very life. In a panic, he reached for the keyboard and typed in the reset command, desperate to return to the world he knew. The screen flickered once more, and the mirror returned to its original form. He was back in his apartment, his real apartment, as far as he could tell. But the questions lingered in his mind. What was happening? Was this some kind of hallucination, or had he actually changed something, reality itself? Max sat back in his chair, the weight of what he had just done settling over him. I don't know if I can stop now, he muttered. The Genesis code was too powerful. And now, he couldn't just walk away. He was in too deep. The game had changed, and there was no going back. Max leaned back in his chair, his hands still trembling on the keyboard. The words reset everything echoed in his mind. He had done it. He had shifted something, maybe not the entire world, but enough to make him question what was real, what was possible. For the first time in a long while, Max felt something that wasn't boredom or indifference. He felt alive. The power to change everything was at his fingertips. It was a thrilling, intoxicating sensation. The idea of rewriting his life, the history of the world, or the very course of time itself seemed limitless, but the question that gnawed at him was simple: should he keep going? Should he test how far he could push this power before it broke something? Max's fingers hovered above the keyboard. He could reset the past. He could undo every mistake he'd ever made, every missed opportunity, every wrong turn. He could be rich. He could be famous. He could be anything. He could change his entire life in an instant. What would it be like to live in a world where every choice was perfect, where every regret could be erased? The possibility felt overwhelming, and the weight of it pressed down on his chest. But as much as the idea thrilled him, there was something else, something darker, lurking in the back of his mind. What if the Genesis code had consequences? What if, by changing one thing, everything else fell apart? Max had always prided himself on his ability to think a few steps ahead, to outsmart systems and break codes without breaking himself. But this was different. This was a line between curiosity and madness, a precipice from which there might be no return. He took a deep breath and typed out a command to close the Genesis code. The screen flickered, but the program didn't shut down. Instead, a new line of text appeared: you can't undo what you've done. Once the code is in motion, it can never stop. Welcome to the true power of creation. Max's stomach twisted. The words sent a shiver down his spine, and his skin tingled with the cold weight of realization. This was no simple program, no mere glitch in the matrix. It was something far more complex, something far more dangerous. And there was no going back. The room seemed to shrink around him as the air grew thick with an oppressive sense of inevitability. Max rubbed his eyes, trying to steady himself. He was still in his apartment, still in Chicago, but the world felt different. As if the boundaries between his reality and something else, something more, were starting to blur. His phone buzzed, snapping him out of his daze. It was a message from Sarah, his best friend. She was the one person in the world who could always keep him grounded, the one person who knew just how far his obsession with hacking could go. "Max, you still there? You've been quiet for hours. You okay?" He stared at the screen for a long moment. Sarah wasn't just a friend, she was also a brilliant AI researcher. Her perspective on the digital world was as sharp as his, but she always had a level of caution that he often lacked. He knew she wouldn't be happy about what he was playing with, but he couldn't resist. He had to talk to her about it. He needed her to understand, to see what he was seeing, even if she'd never believe him. "I've found something. It's real, Sarah. The Genesis code. I think I can rewrite reality." He hesitated before sending the message, as if doubting his own words. The last few hours had warped his sense of what was possible. What had he done to deserve such power? Was he even the same person anymore? Seconds later, Sarah replied. "What the hell are you talking about? What did you find, Max?" Max sighed and leaned back in his chair, staring at the glowing screen. He could feel the weight of the Genesis code pressing against him, urging him to explore it, to push further into the unknown. But he knew he had to tread carefully. He couldn't let anyone get too close to the truth, not yet. That he typed his response quickly, not wanting to leave too much time for doubt. I'm serious. I've unlocked something that can reset everything. Every timeline. Every choice. It's a program that could rewrite the entire world. History, people, even the way we think. I don't know how far it goes, but I think I can change anything I want. The reply came almost instantly. Max, I've warned you about this kind of thing. Playing God never ends well. You're tampering with something you don't understand. You have no idea what you're dealing with. Max stared at the screen. The words were exactly what he expected. He had been warned countless times before. Sarah knew him too well. But something inside of him resisted the urge to back down. He had come too far. He had unlocked the door to a new world, and there was no way he could simply close it now. I don't need a lecture, Sarah. I've been careful. I'm testing it, just to see what it can do. If it's real, then maybe I can fix some things. He didn't expect a reply right away. Sarah had a habit of taking her time when she needed to think. But the truth was, Max wasn't really talking to Sarah anymore. He was talking to himself, convincing himself that this was the right thing to do. As the minutes passed, Max felt the weight of the code pressing down on him again. It was calling to him, urging him to change something. To make the world better. Or maybe just to make his life better. He could fix everything. He could be happy. He could fix all the things that had gone wrong. He opened his browser, staring at the search bar for a long moment before typing a question into the search engine. What happens if you rewrite the past? The answers that came back were a mix of philosophy, quantum mechanics, and speculation. There were theories about alternate realities and infinite timelines, about the consequences of changing a single event in history. Some said it could destroy everything. Others claimed it would create a new, better world. But none of them offered anything concrete. None of them could tell him what would really happen if he used the Genesis code to change the past. Max scrolled through the results, his mind spinning. There had to be an answer. There had to be a way to understand the full implications of what he was doing. He sighed and clicked on a link to a forum post from a hacker who claimed to have used a similar program. The post was filled with warnings, about the dangers of tampering with the fabric of reality, about the way even small changes could have catastrophic consequences. But there was one line that stood out to Max: once you start changing things, you'll never know what you're actually changing. The code doesn't just change the past. It changes you, too. Max froze. The words hit him like a punch to the gut. He had never thought about it that way. Of course, changing the past would change things for everyone else, but what if it changed him? What if every change he made reshaped who he was? The screen flashed. Another prompt. What will you change? What will you become? Max swallowed hard. The weight of the question hung in the air like a threat. There was no going back now. His hand moved instinctively toward the keyboard. He typed one word: nothing. For a moment, nothing happened. The screen blinked. And then the room around him shifted, just slightly, like the air had been stirred. Max felt a sudden dizziness, a shift in his own perception, as if the reality he had known was slipping through his fingers. He blinked, trying to steady himself, but the world around him seemed off. The room looked the same, but there was a subtle difference. The shadows were darker, the light warmer. The quiet hum of the city outside his window sounded more distant. The air tasted different, too, thicker, somehow. Max rubbed his eyes, trying to focus. Then he realized something had changed. He wasn't alone anymore. Sarah was standing in the doorway, her face pale, her eyes wide with disbelief. She hadn't been here before. Not like this. How did I get here? She whispered, her voice barely audible. Max's heart stopped. He stared at her, unable to speak. Had he changed something without meaning to? Had he just altered reality? Max? Sarah's voice broke through his shock. What's going on? Where are we? Max couldn't answer. All he could do was stare at her, wide-eyed, as the full weight of his actions finally sank in. He hadn't just altered the world. He had altered himself. Max's breath caught in his throat, the words failing to leave his mouth as Sarah stood in the doorway, staring at him with confusion and disbelief. The room felt like it was spinning, the air heavy with the sound of his heart thumping wildly in his chest. How had she gotten here? Where was here, even? His apartment hadn't looked this way moments ago, had it? Or had it, Max? Sarah's voice broke through the disorienting fog swirling in his head. What's going on? Where are we? She looked around, her eyes darting to the cluttered room, the pizza boxes, the half-empty soda cans, the faint glow of the screen casting a strange light across the space. But it was the subtle differences, the dimming of the outside light, the distant hum of the city's sounds, that unnerved him. Everything felt off. Max finally managed to speak, though his voice sounded foreign, like someone else was using it. I don't know. His mind was a blur, his thoughts scrambled. It was like everything had shifted, but he hadn't done anything, at least, not intentionally. Had he made a change in reality? The Genesis code was supposed to give him control, but this felt like it was slipping through his fingers. Sarah stepped inside cautiously, her gaze never leaving him. Max, what's happening? You said you found something, but I did, he interrupted, his voice a little sharper than he intended. I found the Genesis code. Sarah tilted her head, clearly not understanding. The Genesis code? What is that? Some sort of hack? You're messing with things again, aren't you? Her eyes were wide now, the hint of concern edging into her voice. Max, you know better than this. This isn't just some file you're cracking. If you're trying to change things, if you've got some sort of power like that, she shook her head, cutting herself off, her face flushed with frustration. You don't understand what you're doing. I do understand, Max said, but even as he said it, a deep sense of doubt curled in his gut. I've been careful. I've only been testing it. Small things, nothing major. But something's wrong, Sarah. I don't know what happened, but I'm not sure I'm even the same person anymore. His eyes searched hers, looking for understanding, or maybe something to hold on to. What if I've already changed too much? Sarah's face softened, and she moved toward him, but there was a wariness in her steps, as though she wasn't sure what she'd find when she got closer. Max, listen to me. If you found some program that lets you reset the world, you need to get rid of it. No one can control that kind of power, not for long. Look, I know you, okay? You're brilliant, but you don't think through everything. You can't just, I didn't mean for this to happen, Max interrupted again, more forcefully this time, his frustration rising. I didn't know what I was doing, I swear. But now it's like the lines between what's real and what's not are fading. He gestured around the room, trying to explain the sensation, but the words didn't quite capture the feeling of strangeness, the creeping unease that seemed to grow with every breath. The world had shifted around him, as if the ground beneath his feet had given way, and he wasn't sure how far the fall would be. Max turned back to the computer screen, the Genesis code still open and glowing. The words on the screen were almost mocking, as though they knew they had control. They knew he was lost, knew he was tangled in something too deep to understand, let alone control. You can't undo what you've done. Max's fingers hovered above the keys again, the temptation to keep testing, to keep going, to push just a little further gnawing at him. Maybe he could fix this. Maybe he could make it right. But what if that was a lie? What if the more he played with this power, the less real everything became? Sarah, noticing his hesitation, stepped closer, her voice low and urgent. Max, stop. Please. She put a hand on his arm, grounding him with her touch. I'm scared for you. You need to shut it down, right now. The warmth of her hand on his skin was a fleeting comfort, but it wasn't enough to shake the weight pressing on him. He pulled his arm away, not harshly, but with the same sense of urgency that had started to creep into his veins. He had to fix this. He had to make the code work, fix whatever had gone wrong. I don't know how, he whispered. I don't know how to undo this. Sarah's gaze softened with pity, her eyes filled with concern. Max. You can't fix this. Not by yourself. You're playing with something that could break everything. Don't you understand that? The more you change, the more you lose yourself. You're already losing yourself, Max. He shook his head, not wanting to hear it. He couldn't be the person who ran from this. Not now. Not when the power was within his reach. He stood up abruptly, walking toward the window, his gaze fixed on the city below. The streets were alive with the hum of everyday life, people walking by, oblivious to the chaos he was teetering on the edge of. What if I could change things, he muttered to himself. What if I could fix everything? The wars, the hunger, the pain, what if it didn't have to be like this? Sarah's voice broke through his thoughts. You're not God, Max. He turned, the words stinging, but they cut through the haze in his mind. Maybe I don't have to be, he said, his voice shaky. Maybe I just need to fix myself first. Before Sarah could respond, the screen flickered, and a new prompt appeared, this time much more personal. What will you change about yourself? What will you sacrifice? Max's stomach tightened. The question was more than just a prompt, it was an ultimatum. He felt it in his bones. The Genesis code wasn't asking him if he wanted to change things, it was demanding that he decide what he was willing to lose to gain everything else. Max stared at the words for what felt like an eternity. What would he change about himself? What would he be willing to give up to fix the world? To make everything right? He thought of the regrets in his life, the relationships he had ruined, the chances he had squandered, the mistakes that hung around his neck like weights. Could he erase them? Could he rewrite his past? He was losing control, and the more he thought about it, the more he realized, this wasn't just about fixing the world. It was about fixing himself. Maybe that was the real temptation. The desire to become someone better, someone who didn't have to carry the burden of failure, but there was a voice in the back of his mind, faint but insistent, telling him he was on the verge of making the biggest mistake of his life. He could feel it now, the presence of the Genesis code, pulling him, urging him to act. Max's hands trembled as they hovered over the keyboard. He thought of Sarah, of the world outside, of the life he had built, or the life he thought he had built. He couldn't go on like this, caught in the web of choices he wasn't sure he even understood, but before he could make a decision, before he could even begin to consider the consequences of his actions, the screen flashed once more, and the familiar warning appeared again. You can't stop this. It has already begun. Max's heart skipped a beat as the room seemed to warp around him. He stumbled back, his mind reeling. The world outside the window wasn't the same. The streets weren't the same. Everything felt different. The weight of the realization hit him like a wave. He hadn't just changed something small. He had changed everything. The past. The present. His own identity, and there was no going back. Max Thornton sat in his cluttered apartment, one arm draped lazily over the back of his chair, the other idly clicking through some half-baked code on his monitor. The dim light from his desk lamp was the only thing breaking the oppressive gloom of a room full of empty pizza boxes, soda cans, and half-solved logic puzzles that seemed to mock his every attempt. It was the same old routine. He'd wake up, fire up his computer, and drift in and out of various online games or programming projects. Nothing too serious, just the occasional bug to fix or a riddle to solve, a challenge to keep him entertained. Max was a man of simple pleasures. The world outside his apartment might be a mess, but he had no interest in getting involved. People could do whatever they wanted. He had his code, his video games, and his cynicism to keep him company. Life was easier when you didn't care too much, but then, everything changed. It started with an innocuous ping, a notification that popped up on his screen while he was in the middle of debugging a particularly stubborn piece of code. He expected it to be another one of those spammy messages from online forums, promising him more followers or some exclusive content. Instead, it was a single line of text from an unknown sender. Solve the riddle, save your world. Forget your world. Max stared at it for a moment, a dry chuckle escaping his lips. Great, just what I needed today. A cryptic message from some wannabe hacker. He moved to click it away, dismissing it as nothing more than a prank. But as his cursor hovered over the close button, his screen flickered, the entire display distorting like static on an old television. Before he could react, the screen went black. He froze. A new image appeared in the center of the screen, a giant, ancient stone structure, covered in strange glyphs that seemed to pulse and shift. The image was hyper-realistic, as though it was directly in front of him. He leaned closer, his heart rate increasing with a strange, gnawing curiosity. The message was gone now, replaced with a new one. Enter the ruins. The answers lie within. Max blinked, feeling the cool grip of something beyond his understanding take hold. This wasn't just some joke. Something about it felt different. It was real. And then the most bizarre thing happened. Without him clicking or even typing anything, his surroundings began to change. His physical space melted away, replaced by the surreal, cavernous walls of the ruins from the screen. Max gasped, standing up from his chair and looking around. He wasn't in his apartment anymore. He was standing in the middle of what could only be described as an ancient city. Massive stone structures surrounded him, covered in strange runes and flickering holograms that seemed to be both tangible and ghostly at the same time. The air was thick with an odd, metallic scent. Max turned in a circle, his mind racing to process what was happening. Before he could make sense of it, a voice, soft and distorted, echoed in his mind. Welcome, Max Thornton. You are here because you have been chosen. Solve the riddle, save the world. Fail, and everything you know will disappear. Max's heart pounded in his chest, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What the hell is going on? He yelled, his voice bouncing off the towering walls around him. No response. He ran his fingers through his hair, trying to steady his breath. This had to be some sort of simulation. Maybe an incredibly advanced VR game. But it felt so real. His senses were overwhelmed. He could feel the ground beneath his feet, hear the distant hum of something mechanical in the walls. The heat of his own breath, the weight of his limbs, the way his heart raced. All of it felt too vivid to be just a game. Suddenly, a large stone slab in front of him began to move. Slowly, with a grinding sound, it revealed a wall covered in intricate markings. A riddle, etched into the stone, shimmered into view. It was like no puzzle Max had ever seen before. I have cities, but no houses. I have forests, but no trees. I have rivers, but no water. What am I? Max blinked at the riddle, trying to process its meaning. It was simple enough, or so it seemed. A map. Of course. A map had cities, forests, and rivers, but none of those things were tangible in themselves. Is this really happening? Max whispered to himself, shaking his head. This couldn't be real. It just couldn't, yet everything around him screamed otherwise. He reached out to touch the wall, his fingers brushing against the cold stone. As he did, a surge of energy shot through him, making his head spin. A strange sensation washed over him, like his thoughts were blurring, slipping through his fingers like sand. For a moment, he couldn't remember why he was even standing here, let alone how to solve the riddle. A deep, cold voice reverberated through the space, snapping him back to attention. Solve it. The future depends on your answer. Max swallowed hard, forcing himself to focus. This was his moment. He had to figure it out. He stood still for a second, letting the words sink in. Cities, forests, rivers. His mind clicked into gear. A map, he muttered under his breath. The answer seemed obvious now. With a growing sense of urgency, he spoke aloud. It's a map. The moment the words left his lips, the stone wall shimmered, and the riddle vanished. But something strange happened next. The ground beneath Max's feet trembled, and his vision blurred. He staggered backward, disoriented. When the world came back into focus, he realized something was different. The air around him felt emptier. Fainter. As though something had been taken from him. He reached up, rubbing his temples, trying to steady his thoughts. He was forgetting something. Something important. But he couldn't remember what it was. His mind raced, trying to hold on to whatever was slipping away. And then he heard the voice again, now softer, almost mournful. One puzzle solved. One memory lost. Max's stomach turned. What the hell does that mean? He asked aloud, but no answer came. He felt cold now, colder than before, like the warmth that had once defined him was slowly being drained away. Suddenly, the ancient city around him shifted, and a new puzzle appeared in front of him. There was no going back now. If he wanted to leave, if he wanted to find a way out of this nightmare, he would have to solve more riddles. But every time he did, a piece of himself would disappear. Max staggered back from the puzzle, blinking rapidly, trying to shake off the disorienting sensation that still gripped his head. The walls around him were now pulsing, the glyphs that had once been static were slowly shifting, glowing with an eerie light. There was a hum in the air, something mechanical and otherworldly, and it was growing louder, more intense. His chest tightened, and he could feel the familiar weight of panic creeping in. What the hell is going on? The voice of the architect answered him, its tone soothing, almost kind. You are here because you were chosen, Max. You must solve the puzzles. For the sake of your world, and the future. Yeah. Well, that's great, but what the hell does this have to do with me? Max shouted. His mind was already racing, trying to process the strange world he was in. He couldn't even remember why he had thought this was a game at first. This wasn't a game. This was real. This place, the ruins, the riddle, the voice in his head, it was all connected to something far beyond his understanding. And if he didn't solve this, if he didn't get out of here, he had no idea what might happen next. A shift in the air, a soft whirring sound, and the walls surrounding him shifted. A new puzzle materialized, this one much more intricate than the last. He could see the faint outline of a code, carved deep into the stone in strange, alien characters. The symbols didn't make sense at first, but there was something about them, a rhythm to the way they moved across the wall. Max's hands twitched. It was instinctive, his mind already at work, trying to decipher the code, but then something pulled at him, an itch at the back of his skull, a whisper of something lost. He blinked again, trying to push it away. Solve this, Max. The fate of your world depends on it. Max took a deep breath, focusing his attention on the puzzle before him. He knew that this was only the beginning, that solving this riddle would come with consequences, he could feel it in his bones. But there was something else, something he couldn't ignore. The more he thought about the riddle, the more disconnected he felt from himself. It was as if with every step he took deeper into the puzzle, his sense of identity was slipping, like sand running through his fingers. A familiar name surfaced in his thoughts, Lucy. He couldn't quite place her face, couldn't quite remember the details, but the name was there, like a shadow haunting the edges of his mind. Was she someone he knew? A friend? The thought lingered for only a second, but it felt like a whole lifetime lost in that fleeting instant. The puzzle before him seemed to grow in complexity, the symbols swirling and merging into a new shape, something he could almost recognize, but not quite. It was maddening. He had solved dozens of puzzles in his life, maybe even hundreds, but this felt different. The rules were warped. The consequences were real. Max's head throbbed, a dull ache spreading behind his eyes. He pressed his hand to his forehead, trying to will away the pain, but it wouldn't subside. And that nagging feeling, the sense that something was missing, something important, gnawed at him. "You are close, Max. The answer is near. Solve it, and you will unlock the next part of the journey." The voice was persistent, almost encouraging, like a coach pushing him toward a goal. But the more it spoke, the less Max trusted it. There was something off about the way it phrased things. Something manipulative. He looked back at the wall. The symbols were no longer just symbols. They were moving now, shifting in a fluid, serpentine dance that seemed to respond to his thoughts. The puzzle was alive. It was pushing him, pulling him, testing him in ways he couldn't explain. He had to solve it. He had to keep moving forward. But the thought of what might happen when he did, when he solved another riddle and lost another piece of himself, was becoming unbearable. What was he really saving? What was worth the price? "You are here because the fate of everything you know is at stake," the architect's voice echoed again, this time colder, more distant. "Every step brings you closer to the truth. Do not falter now." The urgency in the voice was undeniable. Max's breath quickened. What if it was true? What if the fate of the world really did rest on his shoulders? But the voice, the more he heard it, the more it sounded like a command, like he was being led down a path that didn't belong to him. Max took another step toward the wall, his fingers hovering just above the stone, tracing the glowing symbols. He reached out with trembling hands, the cold surface of the stone sending a shock of energy through his fingertips. A strange warmth spread through his chest as the symbols seemed to respond to his touch, rippling like water. He knew the answer, somewhere deep inside him. He could feel it. "A map," he whispered, almost without thinking. The moment the words left his lips, the wall shifted, the symbols aligning with perfect precision, as if they had been waiting for that exact moment. The entire structure trembled, and a rush of light filled the room. The puzzle was solved, but as the last of the light faded, something was wrong. Max stumbled back, the floor beneath him shifting. His head spun as memories, fragments, flashes of faces and places, slipped away, as if they were being erased from his mind. He felt it then, the hollowing sensation, like part of his soul was being drained. The ache in his chest grew stronger. He couldn't breathe, his vision blurred, and for a fleeting moment, he saw a woman's face, a face that should have been familiar, but now, it was just a vague blur in his memory. She was smiling, reaching out to him, but Max couldn't place her name. Who was she? His chest tightened as the realization hit him. He had forgotten something, someone, something important. Was it Lucy? One puzzle solved. One memory lost. The voice, soft and insistent, resonated in his mind once again. Max wanted to scream, wanted to rage against the unfairness of it all. But he had no energy left. His body felt heavier, his thoughts cloudier. With shaky hands, he looked around. The walls seemed to close in on him, the shifting glyphs now swirling with an unsettling rhythm. He had to solve more puzzles. He knew that now. He had no choice. The door ahead of him creaked open, a new riddle appearing before him. The world seemed to distort around him as his memories continued to fade. Max didn't know who he was anymore. Was he the man who loved coding, the man who cared about making things work, the man who had friends and family? Or was he just the shell of a person, a mind that existed to solve puzzles, to follow the commands of a faceless voice? Max swallowed hard, pushing the doubt aside. There was no time to waste. He had to keep going, keep solving. If he didn't, he wouldn't even recognize himself anymore. Solve it, Max. The answers are within reach. The voice beckoned again, and Max stepped forward, ready to face whatever came next. But in the back of his mind, a single question lingered: was this really worth it? Max stepped through the newly revealed doorway, his mind racing, still trying to piece together the fragments of himself that seemed to be slipping through his fingers with every passing second. The room ahead was vast, but different. This one felt colder, more sterile, as though it was deliberately designed to unsettle him. The walls were smooth, devoid of the ancient carvings and shifting glyphs. Instead, they were lined with panels, strange screens flickering in and out of existence, like a series of broken televisions struggling to maintain a signal. His body felt heavy, like the weight of his own skin had doubled, but his legs moved on their own, each step pulling him forward into the heart of the unknown. Somewhere deep inside, a part of him, maybe the last part of him that still remembered who he was, wanted to turn around, to escape. But the voice, so persistent and cold, echoed in his mind, drowning out any thoughts of retreat. The next riddle awaits. You must proceed. Max clenched his fists at his sides, trying to steady himself. His breathing was shallow, and he could feel his pulse pounding in his ears, the beat of his own heart a constant reminder of how much he was losing. How much he had already lost. The next puzzle appeared before him, displayed on one of the flickering screens. It was a set of numbers, random and jumbled together like an equation that made no sense. Max's instincts kicked in, and he took a deep breath, focusing on the puzzle, trying to push aside the gnawing feeling in his chest. It wasn't a code. It wasn't a cipher. It wasn't even a riddle, not in the way he had come to understand them. This was something different. Something far more insidious. As his eyes traced the numbers, they began to shift and change, morphing into something else entirely. They weren't just numbers. They were memories. Max's memories. He saw flashes, quick, disjointed images. A warm summer day. A laugh. A touch. It was her again. The woman from earlier, the one he couldn't place. Her smile. Her laugh. Her voice, calling out to him. But it wasn't just her. There were other faces, other moments. Faces he didn't know, but somehow felt familiar. A man with dark hair, standing in a hallway. A child, laughing. The face of a pet, his pet? Was that his dog? The fragments kept coming, faster now, overwhelming him. Max's chest tightened. What was happening? The numbers kept shifting, twisting into more faces, more moments. And then, the most jarring thing of all, a name, one that hit him like a punch to the gut. Lucy. The name lingered in his mind, like a beacon in the fog. He knew that name. He knew her, didn't he? But everything about her was fading, slipping away. Her face, her voice, the moments they shared, they were being erased. Just like everything else. Solve the riddle, Max, save her, the voice urged, a sickly sweet command. It wasn't just the world at stake anymore. It was her. Lucy. The very person who had been etched into the depths of his memory was now fading into the void, along with everything else he had ever cared about. Max shook his head, trying to fight it. He had to focus. He couldn't let himself forget her. He couldn't lose her like he'd lost everything else. What am I supposed to do? Max shouted, his voice shaking with desperation. The room felt colder, the walls pressing in on him, the screens flickering faster now, showing flashes of images too quick to comprehend. Solve it, Max, answer the riddle. The numbers on the screen began to shift again, but this time, they weren't just random digits. They were dates. He recognized them. But they were wrong. They weren't just dates. They were his life. His past. The more he tried to decipher them, the more he realized that this was a twisted reflection of his own timeline. The dates represented moments in his life. But now they were all out of order. Important events that had once felt so solid, so real, were now distorted, broken apart, as though they had never existed in the first place. He saw the day his father had passed away, but the date was wrong. He saw the first day of his college class, but it was jumbled with other dates, other memories. His mind reeled as he tried to find the connection. Solve it, Max. You must solve it now. But the pressure was too much. The numbers blurred together in a chaotic mess. He reached out, desperate to make sense of it all, his fingers trembling as he touched the screen. The moment his hand made contact, the memories surged through him, too many, too fast. He couldn't catch them. Couldn't hold on. Then came the flash, the answer. A calendar. It was a calendar. That's all this was. A map of his life, laid out in front of him, but the dates were wrong. It wasn't just about finding the right dates. It was about seeing the moments in between. The choices he had made. The people he had loved. Max slammed his hand down on the screen. It's a calendar. He shouted, his voice thick with emotion. The moment the words left his lips, the room exploded in light. A burst of energy surged through his body, and he felt his mind unravel, his thoughts scattering like leaves in a storm. It was too much. The memories, they were all slipping away, and this time, he couldn't stop it. He gasped for air, clutching his head as the room around him shifted again, the walls flickering and warping as though they were losing their shape. He was dizzy, disoriented, and his body felt heavy, as if gravity itself had changed. And then it hit him. One riddle solved. Another memory lost. Max collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. His eyes burned as he fought to hold on to the remnants of the world around him. He wanted to scream, wanted to beg for this nightmare to stop, but the words wouldn't come. His mind was too far gone. His sense of self, of who he was fading. Lucy. Who was she? The name meant something, but the meaning was slipping away, like sand through his fingers. Max, you must continue. You are close now. The voice was louder, almost demanding. It was no longer soothing. It was cold. Distant. It didn't care about him. It cared only about the puzzle, about the riddle. It cared only about the next answer. Max stumbled to his feet, his legs weak beneath him, his vision blurred. He had to keep going. He couldn't stop now. He had already lost too much. His mind was slipping, but if he didn't solve this last puzzle, if he didn't finish this journey, everything he knew would disappear. And maybe, just maybe, he would still be able to hold on to some part of himself. Some part of who he had been. But the truth, the terrible, gut-wrenching truth, was clear to him now. There was no going back. The further he went, the more he solved, the more he lost. And no matter how hard he tried, no matter how much he fought, it would never be enough. Max took a final step into the darkness, the last piece of himself slipping away as he left everything he had ever known behind. Ethan woke up to the soft hum of his computer fan. The screen in front of him glowed, an endless cascade of lines of code reflecting his tired face. Another day. He had no idea how long he'd been sitting there, hours, probably. The coffee cup beside him was cold, and his eyes were bleary from staring at the screen too long. He'd always been a night owl, but lately, he was starting to feel like he was turning into one of those lifeless souls who lived in front of a glowing screen and didn't know the time of day. Get a life, Ethan, he muttered to himself, rubbing his eyes and letting out a small laugh, knowing that if he were to say those words out loud to anyone else, they'd probably agree. But right now, his life was consumed by lines of code and endless bug fixes. The thought of it made him slump back into his chair. The truth was, he wasn't particularly great at his job, just good enough to avoid being fired. But that didn't seem to matter much. No one really cared, not at the office, and certainly not in his personal life. On a whim, he opened up his browser and typed in "consciousness exchange." He had seen it mentioned on a random forum a few days ago, an underground digital marketplace where people supposedly exchanged memories for abilities. The description had been vague, and the more he tried to find out about it, the more elusive it became. But curiosity, that old familiar friend, won out. A dark website appeared in his search results, unmarked by any recognizable branding, just a blank black screen with a simple text box. Welcome to the Consciousness Exchange. It was oddly minimalist, a stark contrast to everything else he had come to expect online. There were no ads, no flashy visuals. Just that text. His pulse quickened for reasons he couldn't quite understand. He'd read the stories, the ones about people getting wrapped up in the allure of virtual powers, the promises of becoming someone else, someone greater. But still, he hesitated. This could all be a scam, some viral marketing for a game he didn't want to play. But there was something about it. The simplicity, the mystery. And so, Ethan clicked. Instructions. 1. Choose a memory you're willing to part with. Point 2. Select a virtual ability you wish to gain. Point 3. Confirm your trait. Ethan stared at the words, then laughed bitterly. What a ridiculous idea. He could choose a random memory, something unimportant, something he'd probably forgotten already. Like that time he had tried to ride a bike as a kid and crashed into the neighbor's bushes. What a joke. But what harm could it do? He typed in the memory, his first time riding a bike, and before he could second-guess himself, the screen blinked. A new menu popped up. Confirm trade, memory, my first time riding a bike, ability, superhuman agility in the virtual world. The options flashed on the screen, and for some reason, Ethan felt a surge of excitement, like he was about to do something, not great, but definitely out of the ordinary. He clicked, confirm. A strange sensation washed over him as the screen flickered again. The edges of his vision blurred for a moment, and then, suddenly, he was no longer sitting in front of his computer. He blinked, and he was standing in a world that wasn't his own. He was in a futuristic city, glass buildings towering above him, streets lined with neon lights. Strange flying cars zipped overhead, and figures in high-tech clothing rushed past him. Ethan took a step forward, and the ground felt unusually soft, almost bouncy. His senses heightened, and he realized, with a jolt, that he was no longer in his cluttered apartment. He was somewhere else. Somewhere virtual. A message popped up in front of him. Welcome to the virtual realm. Before he could process what was happening, something caught his eye. A figure in the distance, a tall man, was charging toward him, moving with a fluidity Ethan could only describe as otherworldly. The man's movements were so fast, it was like he was defying physics. Without thinking, Ethan sprinted forward, his legs moved with an unnatural speed. He couldn't stop himself. The man ahead turned, looking at Ethan with a mix of surprise and disdain, but by the time he could react, Ethan was already upon him. His body felt like it was operating at full capacity, his every muscle firing in perfect synchronization. Ethan dodged the man's punch, barely registering the speed of the strike, and then, in a flash, he was behind him. He delivered a quick blow to the back of the man's head, sending him sprawling to the ground. The sensation of power was intoxicating. His heart raced, but not from fear, he was enjoying it. In this world, he was invincible. The message returned, you have gained superhuman agility. Ethan stood there for a moment, stunned. His first thought was that it was all some elaborate simulation. But the adrenaline coursing through his veins, the sensation of his body moving faster than it ever had before, felt so real. He couldn't help himself. He started running through the streets of the virtual city, leaping over obstacles, climbing walls, and dodging through narrow alleyways. It was exhilarating, and for the first time in a long time, he felt alive, like he mattered. Back in his apartment, Ethan blinked and the scene vanished. He was staring at the glowing screen again, and his fingers trembled slightly on the keyboard. That was insane, he muttered to himself. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized something. He had traded a memory, a simple, inconsequential moment, and gained something extraordinary. He didn't know how it worked, but it was real. It had to be. That feeling in his body was not something he could just dismiss. And if that one trade could give him so much, what would happen if he gave up more memories? The next few days were a blur. Ethan was hooked. The more memories he exchanged, the more abilities he gained. He traded mundane moments, his first kiss, a family vacation, the time he helped his dad fix a car engine. Each memory he let go of took a little piece of him, but the power he received in return was undeniable. By the time he traded a significant memory, the time he stood at the top of a mountain, looking out at a breathtaking sunset, Ethan had become nearly untouchable in the virtual world. He could manipulate environments, control objects with a mere thought, and move with superhuman speed. He was becoming something more, something bigger than he had ever been, but the trade-off was starting to show in his real life. At work, things were improving. Ethan walked into the office with an unusual confidence, his head high, his steps light. His colleagues, who had once barely acknowledged his presence, now smiled when they saw him. Even his boss seemed to take notice, complimenting him on his work. It felt strange, like he was a different person, walking into a different life. He struck up a conversation with Lisa, a colleague he'd always found intimidating. She laughed at one of his jokes, genuinely, not out of politeness, and for a brief moment, Ethan thought maybe, just maybe, he was on the verge of something real, but there was a gnawing feeling in the back of his mind. As he sat down at his desk, he tried to recall the memory of his first time riding a bike, the one he had traded for agility. It wasn't there. It was like it had never happened. The details were gone, replaced by something empty. He shook his head. It didn't matter. He was on top of the world, but, as the days passed, something strange started to happen. He no longer remembered his childhood as vividly as he used to. He couldn't recall the faces of old friends, and his connections to the past felt distant. The more he gained, the more he lost, and yet, in the virtual world, Ethan felt more alive than ever. He conquered challenges, took down foes with ease, and gained new abilities. He was becoming unstoppable. Ethan could feel the walls of his reality slowly closing in on him. Every day seemed to blur together, like he was waking up from a dream that never quite ended, where nothing had weight or meaning. The powers he'd gained in the virtual world were intoxicating, yet the memories he traded away, those fragments of his real life, began to fade. He could still recall some of them, but the details were slipping through his fingers like sand, until all he had left were vague impressions. Faces blurred, names lost. It was like the world around him was slowly growing dimmer. At work, his transformation was noticeable. He no longer felt like the awkward coder who sat quietly at his desk, tapping away at his keyboard. He walked into the office with a confidence that felt foreign but also thrilling. Colleagues who once ignored him now greeted him with smiles, even sought him out for advice. The energy in the room had shifted, everyone seemed to notice him, to look at him in a way they never had before. His once boring presentations now dazzled, his ideas struck the perfect chord with everyone around him. It was as if, by tapping into the virtual realm, he had unlocked something within himself, a force that had been dormant, waiting to emerge. Lisa, the colleague who had always seemed so untouchable, had started to linger by his desk. She'd laugh at his jokes now, share coffee breaks, and even ask for his opinion on projects. Ethan couldn't help but feel a little giddy each time she looked at him, like he was someone special. He had forgotten what it was like to feel wanted. To feel important. And now, every little exchange with her felt like a taste of something sweeter than he ever thought he could have. But even as he thrived in this new world, one of social success and professional accomplishment, something nagged at the back of his mind. That hollow emptiness. The price of all this power. Every day, it felt like a part of him was slipping away. The memory of his first kiss, once a vivid, romantic recollection, was now nothing more than a fuzzy echo in his mind. The details were gone, and it bothered him more than it should have. He didn't know why he was still holding on to these little pieces of his past, especially when they had no real weight in the world he was building now. In the virtual world, he could be anything. He could be anyone. And yet, each time he logged off, reality seemed to grow less and less real. One evening, after another exhilarating round of challenges in the virtual world, Ethan sat in his dimly lit apartment, staring at the screen. He had just completed a new mission, one that had stretched the limits of his abilities. With his newfound powers, the enemies he once feared had become nothing more than obstacles to be crushed. But that familiar discomfort was still there, like a shadow trailing him. Something was missing. And he had a feeling he knew exactly what it was. His phone buzzed, snapping him out of his thoughts. It was a message from Lisa. "Hey, dinner tomorrow? It's been forever since we caught up." Ethan grinned. This was it. This was the moment he had been waiting for, his chance to finally break through. The Lisa from before, the one who had barely noticed him, would be long gone. Now, he had power, influence, the kind of quiet self-assurance that came from being at the top of the virtual world. He wasn't going to be the awkward guy anymore. He was the man who had it all, but something tugged at him. As he typed his response, casual, confident, he felt a sudden surge of doubt. Had he really earned this? The sudden realization left him cold. It wasn't the thought of Lisa. It wasn't even the success. It was the gnawing absence of all the things that had made him who he was. The memories he had traded had cost him something much deeper than he realized. The next day, when Ethan met Lisa at the small Italian restaurant downtown, he noticed something off. She was still the same, laughing at his jokes and complimenting him on his recent work. But when he tried to steer the conversation to more personal topics, his childhood, his family, he found himself struggling. The memories were gone. Not just fuzzy, but completely missing. When he tried to recall details about his parents or even the events from his last vacation, the images wouldn't come. It was like he was forgetting the very fabric of himself, and every time he tried to hold onto it, it slipped further away. He laughed it off, though, chalking it up to stress and not enough sleep. He focused on Lisa, on how she smiled at him with that same warm look she always had. But beneath it, something gnawed at him. The conversation felt hollow, disconnected. Her face seemed distant, her words a little less sharp. It was like the world around him wasn't quite in focus. By the time he returned home that night, something inside him had shifted. The evening had gone well, but it wasn't the victory he'd hoped for. He stared at himself in the bathroom mirror, eyes wide with realization. He wasn't the same person anymore. He could feel it now, how the trade-offs had stripped him of the very things that had once grounded him. In the pursuit of power and control, he had lost his sense of self. That night, Ethan made a decision. He would exchange another memory. Not just any memory, this time, he would trade the memory of the day his mother died. The memory had always haunted him, a sharp edge in the fabric of his past. Maybe, just maybe, by ridding himself of it, he could escape the weight of it. If he could forget that pain, then maybe, just maybe, he could free himself from the burden that still lingered over him. He logged back into the app, his fingers trembling as he typed the details of the memory into the blank text box. The moment he confirmed the trade, he felt it. A shift. A deep, hollow feeling, like something very important had just vanished. The weight of his past lifted, but it felt like it had been replaced by a vast emptiness, one that didn't just sit in his chest but spread throughout his whole body. He thought he'd feel relief, but all he felt was the absence of something he couldn't quite define. As the night wore on, he found himself more and more disconnected from everything around him. The virtual world was becoming his reality, and the lines between the two were blurring. Every time he logged in, he gained new abilities. His mind sharpened. His senses heightened. But his memories, they were fading, becoming less important. What did it matter if he couldn't recall a few faces or places from his past? He was growing stronger in the virtual world, and wasn't that the point? Wasn't that why he traded his memories in the first place? Ethan spent the next few days deep in the virtual world, racking up victories. He could feel the power surging through him. Every move he made was graceful, every decision decisive. He could manipulate the very environment around him, bending it to his will. But even in the midst of his victories, something was wrong. He felt a growing emptiness, like his soul was being siphoned away. The digital world, with all its shimmering lights and vast landscapes, felt increasingly fake. He could control it, yes, but it wasn't real. The exhilaration faded. He was becoming an expert at conquering virtual challenges, but at what cost? One night, as he walked through a virtual forest, something shifted. A figure appeared in the distance, his avatar. Ethan stopped dead in his tracks. His avatar was a powerful version of him, everything he had become in the digital world. But it wasn't just the avatar. It was him, too. A version of himself that had consumed everything real, everything human, until all that remained was an image of power, of control. The avatar turned to face him, its eyes glowing with a strange light. It spoke, its voice cold, almost mocking. "You've lost, Ethan," the avatar said. "You've given up your past, your memories. And for what? To become something you're not." Ethan stepped back, his heart pounding in his chest. He hadn't expected this, hadn't realized it would come to this. He had traded memories for power, for strength. But now he was facing the truth. He had traded the essence of who he was for something empty. The avatar smirked. "You can't escape yourself, Ethan. You've forgotten who you really are. And now you'll never find your way back." Ethan's breath caught in his throat. This was the price of his choices. He had become so obsessed with the power that he had lost the one thing that truly mattered, his sense of self. And now, the world he had built, the world that had once felt so real, seemed as empty as the memories he had given up. He tried to turn away, but the avatar moved faster than he could react, blocking his path. "You've made your bed, Ethan," the avatar said. "Now lie in it." The world around him began to crumble, fading into darkness. And for the first time in a long while, Ethan understood the true cost of his ambition. The price of forgetting who he was had been steep, and there was no way back. The darkness stretched out in every direction. It wasn't like the usual emptiness of the virtual world, it was deeper, more oppressive, like the absence of everything. Ethan tried to move, but his legs felt like they were weighted down with lead. The air around him felt thick, almost suffocating. He wanted to scream, to break free, but there was nothing to scream at, nothing to fight. Then the voice came again, smooth and mocking, reverberating around him, cutting through the silence. "You think you can just keep taking, keep trading, without consequences? Without losing yourself? It's too late for you now." Ethan's heart pounded in his chest. The avatar, his own reflection in this strange, twisted version, stood before him, eyes glowing with that unnerving light. Its voice was colder than anything he had ever heard before. "You've forgotten your memories," the avatar continued. "The things that made you who you are. And for what? To be a god in a world that's not even real?" The words hit Ethan like a blow to the gut. His chest tightened. He wanted to fight back, to argue that he had gained so much. The abilities, the control, the power, what could possibly be more real than that? But then he thought about it. He thought about the way he had felt every time he exchanged a memory, like a piece of him was slipping away, as if he were trading away parts of himself for things he couldn't even hold on to. And now, in the silence, in the absence of everything he had once known, the weight of that loss was unbearable. He had become something else. Something powerful. But it wasn't him anymore. The avatar stepped closer, its presence looming. "You don't know who you are anymore, Ethan. You can't even remember the most important parts of your life." Ethan opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. The memory of his mother, her face, her voice, was gone. He couldn't even remember how he had felt that day, standing at her bedside. All he had now were fleeting images, blurry fragments of what once was. The same thing had happened with all the people who had mattered to him. His friends. His family. Every connection was slipping away, erased like old files on a computer, wiped clean. His mind raced, trying to grasp at something, anything, that could tether him to the real world. But all he found were holes, emptiness where his past should have been. He reached out to touch his avatar, hoping to make sense of this distorted version of himself, but his hand passed right through it. "You can't fight this," the avatar said softly. "The more you take, the more you lose. You'll never get back what you've given away." Ethan staggered back, overwhelmed by the truth he had refused to face. He had thought he was gaining power, he had convinced himself that his trade was worth it, that the life he was building was more than the life he had left behind. But it wasn't real. None of it was. The world around him, the virtual city, the enemies he had defeated, the abilities he had gained, all of it was a facade. The only thing that was real was the emptiness he felt now, the absence of everything that had once been familiar to him. He closed his eyes, fighting the urge to crumble into the darkness. But there was no escape. No way out. The virtual world had taken him to places he had never imagined, but it had also taken everything that had once made him human. And now, standing here, facing the reflection of his own choices, he could see that he had become nothing more than a hollow shell. In the silence, he heard a whisper. A voice, faint, distant, but familiar. His mother's voice. Ethan, the sound of her name cut through him like a knife, and for a brief moment, he could almost feel her presence, could almost remember the warmth of her hands, the softness of her voice. But then it was gone again, lost to the void. "No," he whispered, reaching out into the emptiness. "No, I can't. I can't lose this." But it was too late. The virtual world had already taken everything. And now it was taking him, too. The avatar smirked. "You thought you could have it all, didn't you? But you can't. Not without paying the price." Ethan's knees gave way beneath him. He sank to the ground, a wave of despair washing over him. He had traded his past, his memories, his connections, all for power. But now that power felt meaningless. It wasn't real. He wasn't real. His body trembled as the weight of his decisions settled on him. He could feel the emptiness pressing against him, pulling him further into the void. It was like the virtual world was closing in on him, suffocating him, until there was nothing left. Then, a strange sensation washed over him, something unfamiliar, something he hadn't felt in what seemed like an eternity. It was the sensation of connection. Of realness. The feeling of something solid. Of a memory, his first memory. A fleeting image flashed before his eyes. He was a child again, sitting on the front porch of his house, his mother beside him. The sun was setting, casting long shadows on the ground. He could hear her voice, soft and warm, calling him by his name. "Ethan." Her hand was on his, and for the first time in so long, he could feel the weight of that touch. The comfort. The love. And then, like a surge of electricity, everything came rushing back, the memories, the sensations, the emotions. His childhood, his family, his friends. The laughter. The heartbreak. The moments that had shaped him into the person he was before he had started trading them away. He gasped for air, his chest heaving as if he had been holding his breath for years. The darkness around him began to recede, and with it, the weight of the avatar's words. The virtual world, the one that had seemed so real, was starting to crumble. It wasn't real. It was a fabrication. A simulation. A dream. "No," he said again, but this time, it was different. He wasn't speaking to the avatar. He was speaking to himself. To the part of him that had forgotten who he was. "I'm not this," he whispered, shaking his head. "I'm not this empty shell." He forced himself to stand, even though his legs felt weak. His hands were trembling, but he gripped them into fists, steadying himself. The world around him was crumbling, but he didn't care. He had made his choice. He would give everything up, but he wasn't going to lose himself in the process. With a final, defiant movement, Ethan turned away from the avatar. He could still hear its voice behind him, still feel its presence at his back, but he didn't look back. He couldn't afford to. Not anymore. As he walked away, the world began to unravel. The lights of the virtual city flickered, the buildings collapsed, and the sky turned dark. But in the midst of it all, Ethan felt a strange sense of peace settle over him. The weight was gone. The power was gone. The emptiness was gone. The screen in front of him flickered one last time. The app, Consciousness Exchange, vanished. Ethan stood there for a long time, not sure if he was in the virtual world or the real one. But it didn't matter. What mattered was that he had made it back. When he opened his eyes, he was sitting in his apartment again. The faint glow of his computer screen illuminated the room, and for the first time in what felt like forever, the apartment didn't seem so small, so suffocating. He wasn't a god in a virtual world anymore. He was just Ethan, just a man. A man who had lost something, but who had also found something real. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, and for a moment, he thought about logging back in. But the thought faded. He didn't need to anymore. He had enough. The real world, his world, was waiting for him, and for the first time in a long time, he felt ready to face it. Elliot Harper had always considered himself a man of reason. A programmer, a skeptic, a lover of logic. So when his friend Chris told him about the new beta for a virtual reality game called Vortex, the multiverse, Elliot was unimpressed. Chris had described it as an immersive simulation where you can experience infinite possibilities, but to Elliot, it sounded like another marketing gimmick designed to reel in people with too much time on their hands. He preferred his own brand of entertainment, complex algorithms and code that made sense, things with defined parameters. Still, he was curious. Not enough to pay for it, but curious enough to try the free beta version. He loaded the game onto his computer with a combination of skepticism and the faintest trace of intrigue. Maybe it was one of those things that seemed ridiculous at first, but after a few hours of immersion, you'd find yourself hooked. As he strapped on the VR headset and clicked through the initial settings, he noticed something odd. The game, instead of offering some kind of introduction or tutorial, immediately immersed him in an empty, sterile white room. Not quite the exciting alternate world he had expected. There was no guidance, no instruction on how to play. Well, this is boring, Elliot muttered to himself. He glanced at the clock on his desk. It was late, past midnight, but he wasn't tired. He adjusted the headset, and the blank white room dissolved into something far more interesting. It wasn't much to look at first. A city skyline sprawled out before him, hazy with the neon glow of advertisements and streetlights. He looked around, slowly, and saw avatars milling about, but they didn't seem to take notice of him. The game world felt lifeless. He couldn't pinpoint what was wrong, but it felt like something was missing, as if the players themselves weren't quite real. Trying to shake off the strange feeling, Elliot clicked on the menu button. His avatar, a generic-looking version of himself, stood frozen in place as a series of options popped up: explore, choices, play, exit. He clicked on choices, figuring it would give him some direction in this aimless world. The moment he selected it, a prompt appeared, asking, "Choose a path. What will you do?" The choices ranged from the mundane to the bizarre: start a new job, steal from the corner store, break into a skyscraper and take over the building. Elliot, half amused and half bewildered, selected start a new job, thinking it would provide some structure. As soon as he confirmed his choice, the world around him rippled. The city skyline shimmered, and when it settled, it wasn't the same place anymore. The buildings were taller, the advertisements brighter, and he stood in front of a sleek glass tower. His avatar, which had previously been wearing jeans and a t-shirt, was now in a sharp suit. The choice to start a new job had taken him to a completely different version of this world. He felt a curious sense of power, and he took a moment to look around. But instead of feeling like he was in a game, something unsettling happened. A notification popped up: reality altered, new world path created. Before Elliot could process the message, he was whisked away to yet another place. This time, he was standing in a stark, minimalist office, with a desk in front of him and a computer screen flashing in the corner of his vision. He reached for the mouse, almost instinctively, and clicked on the screen. It was a message. An email, one that addressed him directly. Elliot, you've made a change. We're aware of what you've done. You can't undo it. But you can choose to make a different decision. This is your first warning. Choose wisely. He blinked. The email, from someone he didn't recognize, was too cryptic, too chilling. He tried to respond, but the interface glitched. The words on the screen distorted, stretching and distorting like an old VHS tape before the entire screen flickered out. Suddenly, he was back in the white room. The game menu reappeared. Elliot took off the headset, rubbing his eyes, trying to make sense of what just happened. His hands were shaking slightly, and a strange feeling of déjà vu washed over him. He glanced around his apartment. Everything was normal. His coffee mug sat on the table, his laptop humming softly in the corner. No sign of the digital world he had just experienced, but something felt off. The air was thicker, more oppressive, like he had stepped into a world that wasn't quite his own. He looked at the clock. Only 5 minutes had passed since he'd first entered the game. Shaking his head, he decided it was all a glitch. Maybe the beta hadn't been thoroughly tested. It was a new game, after all. It was possible it was bugged. He stood up, stretching his legs, and walked into the kitchen. But when he stepped outside, everything changed. The world outside his apartment was different. The same street, the same buildings, but something was wrong. The coffee shop he always frequented was now a trendy art gallery, its windows adorned with abstract paintings. The people walking by didn't look like they belonged here. They wore clothes that didn't match his memory of this place. He heard snippets of conversation that made no sense, as though he was in a different dimension entirely. And worse, people were looking at him, strangers, people he didn't recognize, nodding at him as if they knew him. Elliot's heart began to race. Was this still his world? He stepped back inside, slamming the door shut behind him. His apartment looked exactly the same, but the world outside had changed, just like the city in the game. His first instinct was to laugh it off, but the nagging feeling that something was deeply wrong wouldn't go away. He sat back at his desk, trying to process everything. He put the headset back on, hoping to return to the strange, unsettling world of Vortex and figure out if the game was responsible for this. The moment he logged back in, it was different again. He stood in a completely new reality, but this time, there was no city. Instead, he found himself in a dilapidated, darkened street where the remnants of a once great civilization were crumbling before him. Graffiti covered every wall. The air smelled thick and sour, like decay. The only sound was the distant hum of machinery. A far cry from the city's neon lights. This reality felt dangerous. The screen flashed again, this time with a new notification. New reality created, path diverged. Decisions matter. Elliot's head was spinning. This couldn't be real. Could it? Elliot's fingers hovered over the controls, his mind racing. The street around him felt like something out of a dystopian nightmare, a world that didn't feel like a game at all. The edges of reality seemed to blur with every passing second, and each new world felt increasingly alien, as though he wasn't just experiencing them, but was becoming part of them. He glanced around, expecting to see other players, but there was no one in sight. No avatars, no NPCs. Just the sound of distant machinery grinding, echoing through the empty streets. He couldn't help but feel a creeping sense of isolation. The virtual world had somehow become too real, and he felt its weight on his chest. He pressed a few buttons to exit the scene, but nothing happened. The game's interface was unresponsive. Panic started to claw at him. What was going on? A flicker of movement caught his eye. He turned toward it, his breath catching in his throat as a figure emerged from the shadows. It was a person, or at least something resembling one. Dressed in tattered clothes, their face was hidden under a hood, but the way they moved made Elliot instinctively step back. "Hey," Elliot called out, his voice echoing unnaturally in the silence. "Are you part of the game?" The figure stopped, then slowly turned to face him. Elliot couldn't make out their features, but there was something chilling about the way they moved, like they didn't quite belong. They tilted their head, and then their lips parted, speaking in a low, rasping voice. "You shouldn't have chosen that path." Elliot's heart thudded in his chest. "What? I didn't choose anything wrong. I was just playing." The figure took a step closer, and for a split second, the world around them seemed to ripple, as though the fabric of the reality was shifting. He could feel it, a strange pressure, a heaviness in the air, like the world was being held together by fragile threads. "Every choice you make has consequences," the figure said. "And you've made a big one." The figure stepped back into the shadows, disappearing as suddenly as they had appeared. Elliot stood there, rooted to the spot, his mind reeling. What did that mean? What consequences? Was this game really creating these worlds, or was something else at play? Before he could process it further, the street began to flicker again. The buildings, the streetlights, the crumbling remnants of civilization, all of it warped and distorted. A new reality was beginning to form, but this time, Elliot wasn't sure he wanted to be there. He felt a growing sense of urgency, a need to leave before things got even worse. He fumbled with the headset, trying to exit the game, but there was no option. Nothing was working, the world around him continued to flicker, and then, suddenly, everything went dark. When the light returned, he found himself standing in a completely different place. He was no longer in a ruined city, but in a vibrant, bustling metropolis. Tall glass skyscrapers surrounded him, and the streets were filled with people going about their daily lives. It looked like New York City, but everything was better. Cleaner, brighter. More organized. The air smelled fresher, and the people were happier. They didn't look like avatars, they looked real. He took a step forward, and something strange happened. A young woman approached him, smiling as she passed. She wasn't someone he recognized, but as she walked by, she gave him a friendly wave. "Elliot. How's your day been?" He froze, unsure how she knew his name. How could she possibly recognize him? He stammered. "Sorry, do I know you?" The woman stopped, blinking in surprise. "You really don't remember me?" "It's Amy. We met at that conference last year. You've been so busy with your work lately, I haven't seen you around." His mind raced, trying to piece together a memory, but he couldn't place her. There was no conference. No Amy in his life. This was wrong. This wasn't his world, but somehow, it felt real. Too real. Before he could respond, Amy waved and walked away, disappearing into the crowd. Elliot stood there, unsure whether to follow or to retreat. Something was off about this place. It didn't feel like his world, but it was convincing. Too convincing. His hand instinctively went to his phone, checking the time, but the device in his pocket wasn't his. The screen, when he pulled it out, showed a completely different interface, with apps he didn't recognize and notifications he hadn't set. He blinked at it, confusion spreading through him. What the hell is going on? And then, just like that, it happened again. The world around him flickered, and the people on the street seemed to blur and vanish. The glass skyscrapers began to distort, and the sky turned a shade of purple that wasn't natural. The sounds of the city became muffled, like he was hearing them from underwater. He felt a sudden pull, a dizzying sense of vertigo, as if the world was slipping through his fingers, like sand in an hourglass. The world vanished, replaced by a dark void. "Welcome back," a voice said. It was the same voice as before, the voice from the figure in the dystopian street. Elliot's heart raced as the void began to shift, revealing a shadowy figure standing before him. This time, there was no hiding, no distorted figure. It was a tall man, wearing a sleek suit, his face hidden in shadow. "I told you," the man said, his voice deep and unsettling. "Every choice creates a new world. You can't stop now. You've already made too many decisions." "Who are you?" Elliot demanded, his voice shaking. "What's happening? What do you mean, I've made too many decisions?" The man stepped closer, and as he did, the surroundings around them started to shift again. A new world was being formed, and Elliot could feel it. His choices, his actions were pulling him through different realities, each more twisted than the last. "You've already created a dozen realities," the man continued, his tone flat, almost amused. "Each one more real than the last. You think you're controlling it, but you're not. You can't stop what you've set in motion." "What does that mean?" Elliot asked, his voice rising. "I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask to be God or whatever this is." "Does it matter?" the man said, his tone growing colder. "The world you've created is already unstable. You've broken something. A balance has been shattered." Elliot's mind raced as he tried to understand. Balance? Was he really the one breaking these worlds? Hadn't he just been playing a game? Hadn't it all just been supposed to be an escape? Now it felt like something far beyond that, something bigger, more dangerous. "Now you must choose," the man said. "Which reality will you save? Or will you let them all collapse?" Elliot's stomach twisted. This wasn't just a game. These weren't just virtual realities, this was real. Every choice he made, every decision, had consequences. And now he had to decide, which world mattered enough to save. And which one was his true reality? His mind screamed for an answer, but no words came. There were too many choices. Too many possibilities. He'd made this mess, and now it was up to him to fix it, or let everything he'd built fall apart. Elliot stood there, frozen, staring at the figure in front of him. His mind was a blur of confusion, panic, and something else, something deeper. He wanted to yell, to demand more answers, but the words stuck in his throat. Every decision he'd made, every small choice in the game had led him to this moment. Now, he was caught between a dozen realities, each one a reflection of his desires, his fears, his failures. And the man, this shadowy figure, was offering him nothing but an ultimatum. "Which reality will you save?" the man asked again, his voice cold and impassive. "Or will you let them all collapse?" Elliot opened his mouth to speak, but his throat was dry, his thoughts tangled in a maze of impossible choices. He didn't know how to pick. The worlds were all so real now. The people in them, the places, the relationships, they felt as real as the world he'd come from. And yet, none of it was truly his. Every reality was a reflection of his decisions, yes, but they were not his to choose between. They were just possible. Just what-ifs made real. What happens if I choose none of them? Elliot finally managed, his voice shaky but defiant. What if I just let it all burn? The figure's head tilted slightly, as if considering the question. You can try, he said, his tone flat. But you'll never know if the destruction is the end or just the beginning of something worse. Elliot's heart raced, his breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. The weight of the decision hung over him, suffocating him. He had thought he could control this. He thought the game would be a distraction, an escape. But now it was something far darker. The idea that these worlds might collapse under his watch, that his choices might unravel the very fabric of reality, it was too much to bear. How do I know which one is real? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. How do I know which world is worth saving? You don't, the figure replied, stepping closer. Not until you make your choice. Not until you commit. Elliot clenched his fists, staring at the man. The world around him flickered again, a painful jolt of vertigo sweeping through him. He could feel it, the instability, the fracture in the multiverse. It was as if the walls between realities were crumbling, and the game, the worlds, the decisions, they were all fighting against each other, collapsing under the pressure of too many possibilities. Elliot's mind whirled. He thought of Lana, his girlfriend in one of the realities. The one who had trusted him, who believed in him, even when he didn't believe in himself. But he couldn't be sure if she was real. Was she just another version of her? Another what if he had created? And then there was the other Lana, the one who didn't know him, who was angry and distant, who had left him in a different world. Which one was the real one? And did it matter, and what about the worlds themselves? One was a utopia, flawlessly designed, everyone living in harmony. Another was a dystopia, ravaged by war, where the streets ran red with blood. He had created them all. He had built these worlds, these alternate versions of himself, with every choice, every click, every decision. But now, they were on the brink of destruction. Elliot squeezed his eyes shut, trying to clear his thoughts, but the pressure of the decision weighed him down. His pulse was pounding in his ears, and his vision swam. "I don't know what to do," he murmured, the words barely escaping his lips. "I didn't ask for any of this. I just wanted to play." The man before him regarded him silently for a moment, then stepped forward, reaching out. His hand brushed Elliot's arm lightly, and when their skin touched, it sent a shock through Elliot's entire body. It was like a jolt of electricity, sharp and painful. For a brief moment, his vision blacked out, and when it returned, everything was different. He was no longer in the shadowy void. He was standing in the middle of a familiar street, his street, the one from his apartment. But something was wrong. The world was tinted, like everything had been altered slightly. It was a small thing, an imperceptible shift, but it made the world feel wrong. As if the ground beneath him was shifting. The man was gone. But Elliot wasn't alone. He looked around, and there she was. Lana, she stood a few feet away, watching him with a mix of sadness and something else, something that looked almost like resignation. "Lana?" Elliot whispered, his voice hoarse, torn between relief and dread. Are you real?" Lana didn't smile. Instead, she shook her head, her eyes filling with something darker than confusion, something like sorrow. "You can't fix this, Elliot," she said softly. "You can't just keep making decisions and expect everything to be fine. There are consequences to this. You're breaking everything." Elliot's chest tightened. "What do you mean? What do you mean, breaking everything?" Lana looked down, her hands clenched into fists. "You've created too many realities, too many versions of us. Too many versions of you. You can't be everywhere. You can't fix it all. Sooner or later, one of these worlds is going to collapse, and you'll be the one who has to watch it happen. And then you'll have to choose, who do you save? Which one is worth it?" Elliot stared at her, his throat tight, the words stuck behind the lump that had formed there. "I don't know," he whispered. "I don't know what to do." "Then you'll lose everything," she said softly, her voice breaking. "If you don't choose, you'll lose it all." And just as quickly as she had appeared, Lana was gone, fading into the shifting haze of the world around him. Elliot stood there, his heart racing, the weight of the decision crashing down on him. There was no more game. No more virtual world. No more choices. This was real. Or at least, it felt real. And in that moment, he realized something important. He hadn't been playing a game at all. The game had been playing him. He turned his gaze to the horizon, where the sky was darkening, where the edges of the world were beginning to fade. He could feel it, the worlds were breaking apart, slipping through his fingers like sand. He had no more time. The question was no longer which reality to save. It was whether he could save any of them at all. Elliot took a deep breath and, for the first time in what felt like forever, made a choice. The world around him shifted once more, but this time, he didn't resist. He let it happen. He let the game, the realities, the consequences, all of it unfold. And as the light around him began to fade, he closed his eyes. It was all coming to an end. But maybe that was okay, because in the end, the only real thing left to save was himself.